Good afternoon and welcome to our ongoing series on principles of marketing. Today we'll be talking about Chapter 8. In Chapter 8, we're going to be talking about products, services, and brands for the purpose of building customer value. Before I continue, I want to let you know that I'm doing this for review, information, and educational purposes, not to take credit for the intellectual property. The intellectual property of the book itself and the contents therein is given full credit to Cutler and Armstrong, which are the publishers, as far as I can see, the publishers of this book. My mission is to communicate the knowledge and the information to people. That way they can be informed about marketing. And at the same time, of course, give credit to the publisher and praise the publisher for the good work that they have. Okay, so that's the purpose. Okay. Again, all the credit for the intellectual property goes to Cutler and Armstrong, not me. Okay? To make that very clear. Okay? My mission is to educate people about marketing, especially people who want to get into business, because I've found that over the years that it's very underestimated and it's the reason for success or failure of a company. So, that being out of the way, let me get to chapter 8 here. Alright, so we're talking about products, services, and brands for purposes of building customer value. Right now, this is part 3 about designing a customer-driven strategy and mix. Just as a recap, we start off with we have 4 parts in this book. First one is defining marketing and the marketing process. Second part is understanding the marketplace and consumers. The third part is designing a customer-driven mix and strategy and mix. And later on, from chapter 18 and on, we'll be extending marketing, which is what I'm actually going over with a student of mine every week. So I believe we're on chapter 18 or 19, I don't remember. So where are we on? It's 18 or 19, chapter 18 or 19. So that last one, basically, it's... Oh, are we? We're on 18. We finished 17. In that last part of the book. Yeah, we're on chapter 19, I believe. Yeah, we're on chapter 19. See, each one of these chapters logically build on top of each other. Just like you need a foundation for a house before you build a house, right? Makes complete sense, isn't it? Okay. So, keep it in mind. We need to keep in mind the previous things that we learned, because we're going to be using them in the future, okay? So, if I can get this here. It's chapter 9. We're on chapter 8. It's almost faster just to go up and down on the slider bar. Right there. 7. Give me a sec here, sorry about that. Here we go. That, now you're all set. Okay, now, as a chapter preview, after examining customer-driven marketing strategies, we now take a deeper look at the marketing mix, a tactical tool that marketers use to implement their strategies and deliver superior customer value. In this and the next chapter, we study how companies develop and manage products and brands. Then, in chapters that follow, we'll look at pricing, distribution, and marketing communications. Sorry, communication tools, that is, not just communications. Excuse me. The product is totally the first, sorry, is usually the first and most basic marketing consideration. Okay? This is why it's so fundamental. This is why, um, I'll tell you, I'll tell you a short story here. And I don't just tell stories just to be entertaining. It's mostly to give a perspective to show the urgency and importance of it. So if we go if we go back in time to 2014, I was starting to look into entrepreneurship, and I realized something, that more money can be made if it's done right. More money can be made if you work for yourself than someone else. You know, you might be familiar with the saying where they said that um, you don't get rich by working for someone else. That's precisely what I'm referring to. Now, excuse me, a little bit of a sniffles there. Excuse me. Um, so it got me thinking, and then I was like, I looked into some courses because I was doing some university tutoring at the undergraduate level, and I was like, you know what? I was tutoring a course. Okay, so I was tutoring this called business strategic business management. Okay, and it was basically showing all the departments, all the different areas of business. And I was looking at marketing, and I was comparing to other people's experiences, and then what companies are what companies are successful, you know, like the popular ones, the ones that are not successful, the ones that go out of business. And I'm thinking to myself, what's the difference between the two? And the difference between the two is the fact that some are more effective with their marketing message and their advertising than others. And they think bigger, and they understand their customers more, and they change and they adapt. So I was thinking, you know what? One of the biggest things I need to know in business is one of the biggest things I need to know actually is marketing. Besides the basic day-to-day operations like inventory, warehousing, like if I have lots of inventory, it's warehousing, you know, and then some basic accounting stuff, accounting, bookkeeping type stuff. In terms of bringing, see, all of the stuff is not a, it's important, of course, for various for legal, financial reasons, and also for day-to-day personnel reasons. What's most important, actually, well, I don't want to say most important, but what's very overlooked, what I've found is that people don't consider the marketing. See, because if you can't bring people in for a sale, people are you don't have visibility, then what good is even how good the product is? You need to get people to understand the value of your product or service. So I said, you know what, marketing. I came to that realization after studying helping this guy with all his courses, and then comparing what people are doing, comparing what I was doing in the tutoring business. And I said, you know what, marketing needs to be thoroughly studied because that makes or breaks a business. So this is what gave me my inspiration for doing this series for you here on YouTube, and I also upload on Rumble as well. So I want to say that it's important for us to understand marketing. No matter who you are, whether you're small, medium, or large enterprise, whatever you are, even a non-governmental organization or NGOs, you need marketing to get the message out and for people to see the value and to see that you are what you have, whether it's a product or service, will be benefiting. And notice I said benefits, not features. Benefiting people. whatever context we're talking about. So this is why I say, listen, guys, you need to understand each chapter. You need to think of it as a cumulative or a foundational one on top of the other. Just like when you build a house. I know I often use this analogy. But when you build a house, you start at the top or do you start at the bottom? You start at the bottom, obviously, right? Because if you try to start towards the top, right, it's gonna fall down, right? There's nothing supporting it. There's no basis for it, right? We have our foundational principles, just like just like floors in a building, just like your foundation that's holding up the building. So we have our foundation first, which is basically chapter one, and then what we do is we build on top of it. We have our pillars. That's going to be chapter two, and then after that we have our floors, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So don't think of these as isolated concepts, but think of these as concepts that one is based upon the other. When we look at these four parts, we basically look at four major parts of a house, of a car, of a whatever. We need to understand these foundationally and one on top of the other in a cumulative fashion, okay? I just want to bring that to remembrance, and I also want that to be you to understand that this isn't just a theoretical thing. This isn't just like a each thing is just randomly put together, but these things are foundational. Okay, now, let's continue because I wanted to make that emphasis because this is a very underestimated aspect of business because it's not as well understood. A lot of parts in business is very common sense, very straightforward, like counting. Okay, like you count, like your inventory. Okay, you count it. How many do you have? You can count on, like if you're a kid or whatever, you can count on your fingers. You can count. You can keep track on a paper or a computer or a calculator or whatever, right? If you do your counting, right? You do your basic math, right? You store things. You use common sense in terms of how do you store it, where do you store it, right? Okay. And then of course it's like okay, then you communicate. Now you want to get people. Obviously, you want to get people to come in. You think, okay, well, customers just gonna go because you're there. It's not necessarily true. People are gonna want it because they see the value. You see, once someone sees the value for something, then it just becomes one of the remember the four P's: price, product, price, place, and promotion. If you think about it in a bit, I want to always put this back to a practical context, okay? Because I want this to be understood in the practical sense, meaning that there is no understanding in something without applying it. So there's basically three phases when you learn something, okay? The first phase is basically knowing something, getting you to know something. So there's sub stages in between, but first one is you want to know it first. Second stage, after you know it, you want to use that information and apply it. After you applied it, then you can say, okay, now I can get an understanding of this and then use it even more in a broader sense. Do you understand? Everything starts small and gets bigger, you see. But we need to get this application, to get a really an understanding of how to use it. It's like a car, right? You know it's a car. You've memorized, okay, you know it's a car, that's obvious. You've memorized, okay, what is each thing, right? What's the purpose of each thing? Then what you need to do with that car? You have the car, you know what each thing is, but are you going to use the car, or is it just going to like rot in the garage or something, or is it just going to get old and no longer work, right? So basically, you need to use this car, right? You need to learn how to use the car. Well, that's what learning marketing is. We're going to learn how to use the car, then we're going to apply it, talk about how do we apply it, then we're going to understand how it based upon the knowledge and the application. Then we're going to understand it. Then we're really going to use it on a much larger scale. Really going to use this information to benefit and fulfill our campaigns, whether it's non-profit or for-profit campaigns. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, continuing on, we start with a seemingly simple question. What is a product? Very, very obvious question, right? Sort of a question that probably should have been in chapter 1 or 2, but that's something physical, right? If they say, I'm going to buy a whatever product, that usually refers to a physical. As opposed to if we say a service, that's more of a non-tangible thing. Both are delivered, but delivered in different ways for different purposes, right? Sometimes the word product is used loosely, thinking it's just something that you make. Now, before starting into this chapter, let's look at an interesting brand story. And I'll basically just sum this up for you because I'm not going to read the whole case example. I'm going to ask you to read that because I've already read it. And I just want you to get the overall understanding so we have a framework. Then you're going to fill in the pieces from there, okay? It's like if I give you an overall understanding of how to drive a car, you still need to drive the car, right? I'm not going to drive the car for you. You drive the car, you see? You fly the airplane, right? You ride the bike. You write on the paper, and so on, you know what I mean? You make the coffee, right? These are just random examples, but you know what I mean. Marketing is all about building brands that connect deeply with customers. And when they say deeply, that's not hyperbole. That's literally like when you get brand loyalty from people, that's a deep thing. That's basically like you've earned their trust, you've earned their respect, and you've earned their loyalty. That's a deep thing. You don't get respect from, like a respect in the sense that you have a positive perception of something. And you definitely don't get loyalty in the beginning. It has to be built up, you see. Now, so when you think about top brands, which one pops up first? Let's think about that for a moment, guys. What do you think when you think of top brands? Okay, we'll think of McDonald's, Coca-Cola, IBM, uh, maybe P&G, maybe Sony, Samsung, those types of ones. Okay, so that's as they said here, Coca-Cola, Nike, even Nike, McDonald's, or maybe a trendy tech brand such as Google or Facebook. Everybody knows about Facebook, right? What about Google? Yes, most people use the Google search engine, right? Some people might use the Apple one or the Bing one, and the Bing one is fairly large, but Google is, I believe, is the largest search engine in the world. So you see, this brand recognition has to do with how visible they are. Okay, that's the visibility. And then in terms of loyalty, it has to do with the user experience. So you do it in that order. You don't do, well, I'm going to be loyal before it's visible. Because you can't be loyal to something that you don't know. Okay? But if we asked you to focus on sports entertainment, you'd probably name ESPN, right? Maybe. Some people don't watch much TV or whatever. But nowadays, I don't think that's so much. And you have to consider that this book was written in 2012. So, by the way, I will be looking for a newer version of this because these days they're talking about more about AI and automation and some future trends. But first, we want to look at this on the basic level. Remember, I mentioned foundational and foundational. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right? Now, let's talk about this one brand, ESPN. Now, ESPN was bought out, I believe, by Disney, if I had that correct. If I'm not correct, you guys can correct me, okay? In the comments, you can correct me. So, ESPN stands for Entertainment Sports Programming Network. So, it was basically, you know why it became popular? It was because it was a sports news source. and then it was you had entertaining anchors, like people who were reporting on this from inside the studio. You see, like, and it became popular, right? Because it was an entertaining show. So past that, what it basically is from going forward is that um, he also branched out with other topics too that got a lot of attention. See, that's why they became popular. Now, here's the commonalities. Okay, what you want to find out is you want to find out what makes companies brands successful. Okay? It is successful from a marketing standpoint first. That's sort of like step one, marketing. Okay, I'm not talking about more internal things like the organizational structure, day-to-day operations. I'm talking about building the brand. Okay, and building the brand has to do with the marketing. See, this is where marketing and sales is different. Marketing is more like the strategy for a company. Sales is more like the tactics. Okay, so marketing. Think of marketing as the overall way of showing value to the customer. Okay, that's a strategy. Sales has to do with the actual closing the deal, closing the purchase. That's the sales. But before you get a sale, you have to have marketing. Now, people associate sales with so with marketing. Marketing is basically advertising shown in different ways. Okay? So, if you want to think of it in an even simpler way, you can think of marketing as a one to many as opposed to sales is usually one to one or one to a couple, right? But marketing is more on a mass scale, right? But one is showing value and one is getting value, right? We're showing value to customers, marketing. Sales, getting value to the company by closing a deal, right? It's convincing the customer once they know about you and they contact you, or you even you contact them, that they should buy from you. Visibility is what makes a brand's value more valuable, or as I say, value. So value can be the adjective or it can be the noun, or sorry, it can be a verb or it can be an adjective. In this case, we're valuing something. If we're giving it value, that's the adjective. But if we value it, that's the verb. What we're trying to do is value the brand. Remember, we need to use marketing. So what they did was they understood who their customer was, um, and then and then he started this for a while, and it got built up. See, even something modest, if you give it enough time, it will become very valuable if you're doing the right things. So in this case example, they said it got started up in 1979. Well, actually heard about ESPN in the early 90s. So that's what it is. Um, okay, now you get the idea. They understood who their customer base is. They understood who would be interested in this, and they set up the format in which that in a way that would be interesting for people to keep their attention, and made themselves popular because of reputation. This is generally how all the brands are built up. Okay, depending on the industry, could be a little bit in terms of the methodology, but the overall idea is the same. Now, and once you become popular, people will do advertising for you. Says every see this photo? Everyone wants, so E for everyone. S for the last letter of once, and then P as the last one is CJS pillar, and the fourth one is high N as in Heisman, ESPN. Okay, so it's kind of a double meaning, but you see it's coded and it's also can be used for people to remember this. Now they're using this coded double language to communicate something in a kind of a cute way. See what the color and the symbology here. But you see they're thinking of this because of how popular ESPN is. You see that? Okay. You know what it's like? It's basically like a truck, right? It takes a while to get a truck. Like the more mass something has, or even the more weight something has, you know what it is? The more it takes to get it going. Once it gets going, it goes because it has momentum, right? Just like in physics, right? If you have two objects going the same speed, but one is larger, which one has more momentum? Yes, the one that it has more mass will have more momentum. That's just how it goes. Now let's talk about the four things we'll be learning from this chapter. So our first objective and our first purpose in this chapter is we want to define product and major classifications of products and services. What are the product and major classifications of products and services? Okay. What is that? That's the product. What is a product? Okay. Second thing we want to keep in mind, this is our second objective. We want to describe the decisions companies make regarding their individual products and services, product lines, and product mixes. Okay. So, remember that's the decisions companies make regarding means in relation to the products, the individual products, services, product lines, and product mixes. So as for product lines, that's basically like if I were to say an Audi A, we have one classification and the variation of it. Such if I have small, let's say I make small laptops, or let's say I make I don't know if they still make these. It used to be called an ebook, or oh sorry, netbook, not an ebook, but netbook. Basically like a miniature laptop, you see. And yeah, it's a miniature laptop, and there's different ones that have different specifications, meaning those are the features of each miniature laptop. So they make multiple ones. So you have a general category, and then you have other ones. I had something kind of stuck in my nose. Yep. Anyway, yeah. So a product line is basically you have a major product, and then you have it some a variation of it. Whether it's like, for example, you have like the higher end or the lower end or the middle price. So a lot of it has to do with the features. Compare the prices. Excuse me. So basically, if we were to sum that up, we would sum it up as a product and service decision. Because we have a product and services in relation to what? Meaning, what are we trying to do with the products and services? We're trying to make a decision. You understand? Now, our third objective is identifying the four characteristics that affect marketing of services and additional marketing considerations that services require. Okay, what is that? That's the services marketing. Remember, that's the characteristics of the marketing of services. Marketing of what? The services. Additional marketing considerations, meaning other things that you need to think about, and what do these services require to make it work. That's your services marketing. Now, our fourth objective, the fourth things that we want to accomplish is called branding strategy, because we want to discuss the branding strategy. Now, every company needs a brand that they're going to, I'm trying to highlight this correctly here. We want to discuss the right branding strategy. That's the decisions companies make in building and managing their brands. Okay, understand? Think of this as brand building. How do we build and how do we manage our brands? In other words, this is our branding strategy, which is building strong brands. In order for people to see long-term value of a brand, of a company that produces a product or service, we need associated with a brand that's easy to remember. Especially if it's a big, basically the bigger you get or the more product or service offerings you have, the more you rely on branding because we have more than just one kind of product or service. Right? If we just have one product or one service, we can just mention that one and it's easy to remember, right? But like for example, suppose that you diversify your product offerings. What makes how then and then how do you associate that product with that company, with its brand? Just like this. Sony is the company and the product name is our brand. Okay? Product name is, for example, Walkman. Or it could be Discman. It's a different brand. So the way it normally works is that your name of your product is the name of the brand. Okay? And by default, because that's the easy way to remember. Now, let's start by definition here. I want to define some terms here. Let's talk about a product. And a product is anything that can be offered to a market for attention, acquisition, use, or consumption that might satisfy a want or need. Pretty basic, right? It's the physical thing that you're buying. Now, a service is an activity, benefit, or satisfaction offered for sale that's essentially, sorry, I'm reading this wrong, essentially, intangibly, intangible, sorry, essentially intangible and does not result in the ownership of anything. Let me say that again. Service is an activity, benefit, or satisfaction offered for sale that is essentially intangible and does not result in the ownership of anything. It's intangible, meaning it's not something you physically hold in your hands. Okay? Now, you could buy a ticket to a service. Let's say you go to a concert and you have a ticket, right? It's like kind of like a receipt saying that you bought the service, right? That ticket itself is just like a receipt. That's not really the service itself. That's not really the product. Although you can hold in your hand, it's not really a product. The product is something that's more easily and widely sold. Like, for example, if you buy food, you buy like hygiene products, you buy like computer products and accessories, those types of things. Or any number of things, even that. Okay, just think of the product being tangible, something you can hold in your hand. The service is something you can't hold in your hand. Okay, this is a very general definition, but the idea is that service is an activity that you can't hold in your hand, and then a product is something that you can hold in your hand that you can use for use in something else. Okay? For example, if you buy a DVD player, a Blu-ray player, that's a physical thing. See? But if, for example, I gave someone consulting services on how to do something or how to improve something, now maybe like I might, as an extra benefit, for example, give the person like like the handouts, the flyers, those types of things. Maybe even a writing utensil, like a writing implement, like a pen or a pencil. Maybe a small little notebook or whatever, a little pad of paper. But the main part is the part that is most concerning. So anyway, keep that in mind. I know it sounds pretty straightforward, but I don't want to confuse products and service. It's not the same thing. Now, today, as products and services become more commoditized, which means given value that can be traded on an exchange or in the marketplace, many companies are moving to a new level of creating value for the customers. To differentiate their offers beyond simple making products and delivering services, they are creating and managing customer experiences with brands of a company. Just like this, suppose I sell you, for example, I don't know, just sell you a product, and I put Joe Schmo, whatever, John Smith, right, on the product, right? So the idea with the brand is I want to associate that brand with my company. Because suppose my company offers many different types of products, I want to associate a particular product with its quality and experience that you'll get if you purchase it. Okay? That's what the purpose of a brand is. Our more tongue twisted here. Now, experiences have always been an important part of marketing for some companies. Okay? So if you're more of a services base, then obviously the experience itself is more important. Although the experience using a product is important too, because it shows the value to the customer, what the value is, such as the quality, such as the ease of use, etc. And also the minimum learning curve. So let's say you sell something like business to business, and suppose it's like software or something, right? Well, software is great to use, especially for productivity, but you need to know how to use it. So there's different aspects to it, whether it's a product or service, and depends on what it is. Now, Disney has manufactured dreams of memories through its movies and theme parks, and Nike has long declared it's not so much about the shoes, but where they take you. What is that? Think about that for a second. That is the experience that's advertised. See, there's a famous saying in marketing: it's promise things and then over deliver. The greater your promise, the more likely someone's going to buy. Just make sure you deliver on your promises. That's the only thing I'm going to say about that. Don't promise something you can't deliver, but at the same time, marketing is stronger when you promise more. Okay? Just in general, just be ethical about it and make sure that you only market something that you're going to deliver on the same value as what you're marketing. You know what I'm saying? It's so what that is when they say it's not so much about the shoes, but where they take you refers to the transformed value in the experience, or the transformed experience that creates value. Depends on how you look at it, right? Let's say when I say transformed experience, I can mean that, for example, before your other shoes, when you do like a side by side comparison, the other shoes didn't had a very poor performance, poor experience, but these new shoes have a high performance and greater experience. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. That's basically what it is. Okay. Now, for example, also we can use this example of Olive Garden. Okay, creating customer experiences. The Olive Garden sells more than just Italian food. It serves up idealized Italian family meal experience. When you're here, your family. Okay, uh, that personalizes the experience of the customer. That's the idea. And you um, also notice if you look at the photo here, it looks very beautiful, welcoming. See the flowers. It's a good area. It's clean. It looks nice. It looks warm. All of those things, this ambiance, all this part of it, all of this adds to the value of what you're offering. Right? And also, it's also the title too. If you have a slogan that adds to it, which is like a saying, just like that saying before, just do it, right? For Nike, they have their slogan, right? It's a slogan that is eye catching and that will get people to remember it, right? So all this stuff adds to the value of the brand and the value of the experience. Okay, now, for example, the Olive Garden knows that it's selling more than just Italian food. It's selling a complete dining experience. Why is that important? Because that's how you make yourself different in the market. Well, as we talked about last chapter, when we're talking about the market, we have to first talk about the segments, as in what specific parts of the market are we serving? Are we serving restaurants? Are we serving cafes? Okay, and then within restaurants and cafes, what kind of restaurant? What kind of cafe? Okay, that's our niche. So what they did is they came up with their own niche within the restaurants. That's because people are already thinking restaurants, but which restaurant, right? So they're thinking, okay, this is what we want to have. Now, basically, they want to make themselves different. That's called product or service differentiation. You always need to make yourself different because the question is always why should they dine there instead of somewhere else? You see what I'm saying? Now, so what? So this is different. Why? They're selling a complete dining experience, not takeout, right? Not cafe. So you have fast food that's its own niche. You have cafes that's its own niche. Then you have full service, what they call full service. That's kind of I don't know if that's kind of the older term. It's basically like a full dining experience. That's what they're offering. This is kind of a little bit higher. It's kind of like mid to a little bit higher end than the normal restaurant, the average restaurant. You have your 5, 4, 5 star stuff. This is like somewhere between probably 3 to 4. It's higher quality for sure. Anyway, it's all in the marketing. So, excuse me. Now, a decade ago, Olive Garden's menu had grown stale, which means very boring. It's the same thing. People want variety. People want new things. People want new experiences. And sales were declining. Research showed that, quote, people miss the emotional comfort and connectivity that comes with family, says Drew Madsen, president and COO of parent company Darden Restaurants. So the Olive Garden set out to recraft its guest dining experience under the tagline, quote, when you're here, your family, unquote. To actually deliver on the guest experience. Well, so what did it do? It had to recraft its guest dining experience. Remake, recraft, see? Okay. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to shape the perceptions of the consumer to think what? Um the Olive Garden began trying everything as it is as an idealized Italian family meal. That's the perception they want to make. Is that this is the experience you would have if you're from if you want to eat Italian food or you want to dine in an Italian restaurant. For example, design new restaurants suggest Italian farmhouses with large family-style table modeled on one in a Florentine trattoria. To partner with the Italians, the Olive Garden even founded the Culinary Institute of Tuscany, or CTT, in the 11th century Tuscan village. So this gives you the setting, gives you the feeling of what it would be like. Which means they did their historical research, historical and geographical research, meaning what did they do during that time? What was the architecture like? What was the geography like? As in, what was the atmosphere? And then what was the value set of that time? Now, what they did was they collected this information. This is called marketing research, and then through the marketing research, we get something called marketing data. Now, the idea is that once they got that, they compared it to the other part of the marketing research, which is what do customers want? Now, you have to consider trends because it's not always, um, things don't always stay the same. And it's just like society, things change. Okay, so that's what it is. Through CTT, hundreds of Olive Garden chefs and restaurants from team members have traveled to Italy to gain inspiration and learn secrets from authentic Italian foods quote, that you'll enjoy sharing with your friends and family. More than 10 times a year, the company sends restaurant team members, many of them have never set foot in Italy, to spend a week in CTT, where local experts expose them to everything from how olive oil gets pressed to how layer flavors in bolognese. So what they do is they find out firsthand. Just like if I want to sell pizza, right? I need to learn what pizza should be. I'm just using these as an analogy, but I want you to get the idea here. If I want to know what to offer and how to offer it, I need to know from the perspective of people who buy it. Okay? So everything is customer centric, as I said from last chapter, customer oriented, meaning from the customer's point of view. And the way to understand this is think about it like this. Suppose you're playing checkers or chess, right? You see your half of the board, but you don't see their half of the board. Can you play well if you don't understand, you don't know where he's putting his checkers or his chess pieces, right? No, you don't. You don't understand internally what you're doing, but what you're doing is based upon what he's doing. You understand? You can say generally this is what I want to do, but it has to be changed and be flexible according to the needs. What they did was saying, okay, to use the pizza analogy, said, okay, I want to know more about what kind of pizza to offer, how to make it, and how to present it, right? So they say, okay, here we go. Let's go to a person who already does that. So what they did, they went to Italy, they got all this information. And what they're doing is they're doing what's called modeling, is they're copying, or trying to emulate what it looks like and what it feels like. From the point of view of the customer, what they see visually, and what they experience while in it. So you need to understand this from an authentic point of view in terms of what it is, what it's supposed to be authentic. And second of all, what kind of user experience are you creating that will leave a positive impression? Okay, do you understand? Okay, now you see, they travel to Italy to gain inspiration and learn the secrets of authentic Italian foods. Keyword is authentic Italian food. Just like, for example, just like Chinese food, right? If you buy like Chinese food, it's made to serve the local taste. So, from a marketing standpoint, that makes sense. But if we're talking authentic, that's a different level. So, real as what they call real Chinese food is different than westernized Chinese food. Italian food is Italian food. You understand? That's what it is. So that you'll enjoy sharing with your friends and family. More than 10 times a year, the company sends restaurant team members, many of them who have never set foot in Italy, to spend a week in CTT, where local experts expose them to everything from how the olive oil gets pressed to how to flavor the bolognese. Back home, some inspiring employee experience translates into an authentic. This is what it is. Guest experience that's inspiring employee experiences into an authentic guest experience that's rare for what? Casual dining restaurant. So when they say casual, they're talking about things like the dress code. I mean, in terms like if you go to a 5-star restaurant, it's not like fast food. There's a different standard for behavior in there, for the actual prestige. So some of them have like a dress code. Okay, the reason for the dress code, as far as on the gourmet level at the top level, is because it this affects the perception of the restaurant, and it also affects the type of people who go there. And is on the highest level, you're trying to attract the top level spenders. You see what I'm saying? It's just like this. It's kind of like if you're buying, like, for example, a Lamborghini versus if you're buying, for example, like you're buying like a Ford. It's not the same at all. It's kind of like saying 2-star or 1 or 2 star, maybe 3-star at times, to like 5-star. It's not the same. Um, so you want to attract the right customers for the profitable relationships, right? That's one reason. The other thing is the overall perception of the public as it relates to your brand. Okay? That's the other reason. So he says people come to restaurant for both physical and emotional nourishment, says Mazda. The physical is the food and the emotional is how you feel when you leave. That's the customer experience. Everything is based upon building the brand and and then your overall reputation in terms of the customer experience. That's why every business, no matter big or small, matter even if you charge less, you want your reputation is a long-standing thing that takes longer to build, but it has a more permanent effect. Now, it can be changed, of course, things can be improved, things can be changed. Ultimately, it's your reputation that's worth more than just an individual transaction. Do you understand? Right? It's just like ethics, right? Somebody could be like there to make a quick buck, but then their reputation fails, and then eventually, no matter how much money you make, eventually you'll go out of business. Or either because you lost the money, or because you can no longer operate because you don't have any more customers. Right? So either way, the company is no longer viable. Even though the value up to that point is high, once you start losing customers, the company starts losing money. Understand? Because you still have an overhead, and you still have to cover the overhead like the salaries, the supply, and any taxes. Like, for example, if you own a building, like all the taxes, payroll taxes, real estate taxes, etc., sales taxes, and then also, of course, the utilities. So you have your utilities. That's an ongoing expense. So you have all these expenses you're just spending it from month to month. And of course, before then, of course, obviously, you have your equipment, which is your initial expenses, and later on, you have your ongoing expenses. Okay, so those are two different things. Now, companies that market experiences realize the customers are really buying much more than just products and services. Right? Keep that in mind. They are buying what they offers, what it will do for them. See, that's the difference between features and benefits. What it will do for them. They're buying what it will do for them. What is that? That's the experience, and that's the benefits. Okay? A recent BMW ad puts in this way: we realized a long time that you will make people feel just as important as you make. A brand or product or service is more than just a physical thing. Humans that connect with a brand add meaning and value to it. See, that's where you have that brand loyalty. First, what we need to do is we need to, through marketing, show the value of something. Create an experience. Then step two, create an experience. And after the experience, then you create a reputation. After you create a reputation, what do we have? We have brand loyalty. Why do we have brand loyalty? Because of the experience that they consistently get. Okay? A brand or product, a brand, product, or service is more than just a physical thing. Humans that connect with a brand add meaning and value to it. Okay, so once they've connected to it, they've added value to the brand. Says one marketing executive, successfully managing the customer experience is the ultimate goal. Because you're accomplishing the goal of connecting the brand to what their needs are, to what their wants are. Their needs, see, there's a difference between needs and wants. The need is what you have to have essentially to experience them. Those are the features. The benefits is the wants. From a customer's point of view, they're more interested in benefits than the features or than the wants. Than the needs. For them, the needs are the benefits. For the company, the needs are the actual features. But everything is put from the point of view of the customer. Okay. Now we have levels of products and service. So from this photo, you see it says core, actual, and augmented product. People who buy a BlackBerry device are buying more than a cell phone because there's so many things that are cell phones. But what you're buying is the experience of the using it. Yeah, they're buying more than just a cell phone or an email device or an organizer. They're buying freedom and the on-the-go connectivity to people and resources. That's mainly what it is. Yes, the brand is important, but what they're buying are the benefits of the product or service. Okay, that's what they're really buying. Now we have levels of products and services. Now product planners need to think about products and services on three levels. Let's start with that. Each level adds more customer value. The most basic level is the core. The core customer value. When you say core, it means that this heart of it is the most important part of it. Okay? Which addresses the question: what is the buyer really buying? Just like that restaurant experience. If you just want to buy food, you can go to the supermarket and buy food. Okay, but if you want to buy an experience, you go to a restaurant. You understand? It's just like this. Just like this. If I want to buy an experience watching a movie, do I go and watch it on my computer, or do I go to a movie theater? Understand? Just like, do I go and buy the DVD and watch it at home, or do I go to watch it at a, let's say, a fancy theater where there's surround sound and 3D this and all these much better experience? That's the difference. What you're doing is you're selling the experience of the product or service. Okay? Now, so you ask yourself before you make the product or service, what is the buyer really buying? Well, if it's a service where they're buying results, if it's a product they're buying to satisfy a certain need, which is related but not exactly the same. In designing a product, marketers must first define the core problem-solving benefits. See how they said benefits and not features? The core problem-solving benefits or services that consumers seek, right? Just like this, if we have a problem, we need to our product or service has to solve the problem. That's why it says problem solving. We're going to get rid of the problem and go right to the solution. A woman buying lipstick buys more than lip color. Charles Revson or Revlon saw this early. In the factory we make cosmetics, in the store we sell hope. Why? Because it's turning a person who looks like they're not of status of value to a person who is of status and value. Now, moral/ethical issues may apply here, but for marketing purposes, from the perspective of marketing, it doesn't apply. Okay. Now, and people who buy a BlackBerry smartphone are buying more than a cell phone, an email device, or a personal organizer, as I said earlier. They are buying freedom and on-the-go connectivity to people and resources. I remember when cell phones got to be this what they call smartphone, and it was like, wow, it's almost like a computer on a handheld device. Pretty amazing. So now it's gotten to be like literally a computer. You got the storage of a computer. You got the almost like the picture quality of a computer, and you almost have the same sound quality of a computer. I think not quite yet, but that's probably going to be the next step. Right? So there's a perceived problem, and then we present a solution to a perceived problem. Now, it could be in the advertising that they suggest they're trying to create a need because they say that there's a problem. For example, suppose you have something that's working perfectly fine. They may present it as well. The one you have now is out of date. It's not that efficient. We have something better now. Okay, so that's the marketing. Versus, so the truth is that whatever you had was working just fine because that was the reason why you bought it. And it's serving the purpose you have because that's why you have it. But now the idea is that they're trying to create a need. Saying, well, you need this because what you have now is not sufficient. That's like the overall like strategical message behind it. Now at the second level, product planners must turn their core benefits to an actual product. So first is the concept. What are they buying? What is the purpose? First thing is purpose. Second thing is we want to design the actual product. That's step two. They need to develop product and service features, design, and quality level, brand name, and packaging. For example, BlackBerry is an actual product. Its name, parts, styling, features, and packaging, and other attributes have all been carefully combined to deliver core customer value of being connected. Of staying connected. So when we break down the product design, we need to consider parts, styling, features, packaging, and other attributes. Do you understand? That's what it is. So it's basically common sense, but we need to think about what we have. What are the parts? Just like, for example, if you think about coffee, right? What's in a coffee? Well, let's say it's a special. Let's not just regular coffee. Let's say it's like a mocha or something like that. It's not just you have your regular part of the coffee, then you have the other flavoring that you mix in with the coffee. Just like if I have a black coffee, right? For example, I like coffee, right? But then some people like it black, some people like it with sugar, some people like it with milk, some people like different kinds of coffee. You have to think about what's in that coffee, what's in that product, like such as the physical parts, all the parts. It's like a puzzle. You have all the parts together that make the puzzle, right? And then you have others. and then each part does something, right? That's what it is. Each part of the phone, for example, has a function. Once we have the concept design, then we say, okay, let's make the physical product. And then we'll make the physical, before we make the physical product, we need to think about the parts that make up the product. Okay, that's the sourcing, that's the supply chain management, that's the manufacturing, and to a certain extent, depending on what it is, it also, especially if it's perishable things, it's also the warehousing too. So this is kind of like external and internal factors. Now, from this figure, let's look at the three levels of products. So we're going to go from outside to inside. Because the target, you see there's a target, that everything goes towards the core value, which is core customer value. It's like if you ever played darts, right? When you throw the dart, you want to get towards the center. You don't want to go to the outside, right? Because the main focus is in the middle, right? Not the outside. The middle is what everything is based upon. You understand? That's what it is. Now, first, let's talk about the augmented. Augmented means added features, benefits, and functionality. That's the augmented product. We need to consider the delivery and the credit, the product support. We need to find the delivery and the credit in terms of the actual purchasing. Then we need to consider the product support, make sure everything is working according to how it's supposed to be. That it could include internally the manufacturing and then the process of it for QC, which is quality control. Then you need to consider the warranty in terms of how long will this product be good for, in terms of what we promise them, and also what does the laws require that we promise in terms of how long the product will be good for. Now, after the sales service, notice like for food though, there's no promise on how long that's going to be good for. So, for example, milk, it doesn't last for years, maybe a week, and it has to be refrigerated, right? Then we have after that, so that's the warranty, is how long is this product going to be good for? After the service, that's basically your customer service to keep the customer happy, to make sure it does what it's trying to do, that it's advertised to do. Then we have the actual product itself. So augmented is like the value added services and functions that makes it work. Then we have the actual physical product, which is the brand. With the actual product, we have the brand name that's on the product. We have the quality. We have to establish how high quality it is, and that will of course influence the branding, the pricing, etc. We have the packaging. Packaging also increases value because it brings attention and interest to the product. So remember something. First thing has to be interest. Not you can't get you can't get you have to get attention before you get interest. You see, because if you don't know about something, how are you gonna like something you don't know about? It's impossible, right? That's the packaging. Packaging gets a person's attention. It also can protect the product in the shipping process and also in the storage as well. Remember something, money follows attention. The more attention you have to your product, the more potential money you can make. Why? Because more attention means more people buying. Okay? Obviously, the more customers, the more sales, the more revenue, etc. Now, the next thing is we want to consider the design of the product. How is it going to be designed? What's the design going to look like? I'll give you an example. Apple, right? When they make their iPhone, what's the first thing they did? Sorry, what did they do before they had the phone manufactured? They had to have a design of what it's supposed to look like and what is it supposed to do in terms of its visual appeal, right? And then also the user experience, and then lastly well, sorry, well, the second thing is the features in terms of what does it do. And the last one is the user experience in terms of uh, how it's perceived, how it's liked or not liked. And then, of course, after the design, well, design part of design is the features. And then we have the actual features is what does it actually do. So design is more like the overall layout of it. Okay, that's design. In terms of the specifications, that would be internally technical specifications. It's the outer design, it's the outer layout, and the specific functionality. Okay, internally. Now the features are just a description of the functionality, meaning the computer runs whatever amount of whatever. Okay, the features are like okay, it has 256 gigs of not RAM, storage space, its own hard drive, if you will. Then it has X amount of RAM for loading X amount of programs at the same time. Okay. I won't go into the computer science aspect of it. I could, but I won't because as it relates to marketing. So we look at every like technical aspect of it as it relates to what it can do for the customer. But you see, the benefits is what is the experience? What is the transformational experience? Now remember that all of this has to do with the core customer value. You're making you're making part the external. You're making the value added plus the actual product um, value itself to include or to equal the customer or core customer value. Do you understand? That's what it is. So what we're doing is we're thinking about why are we making it? Why are we what are we making? Why are we making it? And how are we making it? Okay? So we want to know what is the product. That's the what is it? Is it a product or service? Why? What is the features and the benefits you're creating? And then the how. How is the internal? There's the other internal and external processes in which that we get all the supply, the manufacturing, logistics, and then of course finally the marketing and the sales. Okay. Now finally, product planners must build an augmented product, which I pretty much already explained, but I'll just reiterate it. It's around the core benefit and actual product by offering additional consumer services and benefits. So the reason for that is because you want to show the value. Second of all, you want to be different than your competition, which is relating to showing value. And third of all, you want to get continued business with the customer. And especially, you don't want them to return the product within the legally allotted days. So let's say it's 30 days, 31 days, whatever it is. The BlackBerry is more than just a communications device. It provides consumers with complete solution to mobile connectivity problems. Then when consumers buy a BlackBerry, the company and the dealers might give buyers a warranty on parts and workmanship, instructions on how to use the device, quick repair services when needed, and a toll-free telephone number, toll-free no, a toll-free meaning it's a free call, toll-free telephone number, and website use if the problem you have any problems or questions. So it basically like that's supporting the customer. You support them with the how-to, like the user guide, frequency asked questions, and also you call them up for customer service. I tried X, Y, and Z. Phone doesn't work with X, Y, and Z, or something's wrong with whatever part of the phone. Okay, this is our solution to it. So every time that you supporting a device, you're actually adding value. The customer service itself is actually adding value to the brand. See, with customer service, you can either add or subtract value, meaning you can make the product seem better or worse depending on your experience. Okay. Consumers see products as complex bundles of benefits that satisfy their needs. When developing products, marketers must first identify core customer value. Okay? Consumers seek that they seek from the product itself. They must first then design the actual product, and find ways to augment it by creating its customer value and more satisfying customer experience. Now you can look at this two different ways. So you can look at the philosophical end, which is the core customer value. Then you can look at the actual product that you're trying to create. So you have an idea, which is the customer value. The idea is you have the idea, which is the product and the value you have, the benefits, and you then from there you decide, okay, what product can match that. So technically, there's two ways of looking at it, but this is the easier way. What product can match that? And once you have the product that match that, what you want to do is you want to add value to the product. It'll make it different than a competitor. Now, the actual like surface level value added stuff is probably very similar, the same for most companies, especially in the same industry. But what makes the difference is in the customer experience. See, things you wouldn't think that would make a big difference makes a big difference because it's kind of like two people that buy apples. Okay, what's their experience with the apple? Which one tastes better? Which one's easier to eat? It's like some people when they buy cheese, they prefer soft cheese, and some people like the harder block cheese. You see, so it's all in the experience that makes the difference between company A and company B. Okay, because because the larger question is, why should they do business with you instead of somebody else? That's the question that needs to be asked. Okay? You need to be honest with yourself and open with yourself and whoever else involved in answering that question. Now, as far as the product and service classification goes, we have some terms we want to define. Okay? Now, the first term we want to define is called consumer product. Well, the product is bought by final consumers for personal consumption. It's a consumer product. I'm going to highlight that. Second is the convenience product. That's a consumer product that customers usually buy frequently, immediately, and with minimal comparison and buying effort. It's convenient. If it already has a value added part of it, then they don't need to compare because they already know it has value. Just like a name brand. Do you need to compare something to Nike? Do you need to compare something to Coca-Cola? Well, maybe to Pepsi. I don't know. Well, by the way, I guess I'm not really a big. I don't really drink much soda myself. I think my guilty pleasure is Mountain Dew, but that's about it. Maybe a little coffee. I don't go very. I'm not very hardcore, so I don't even drink alcohol. So and I like it that way. So anyway, um, yeah, there's not much to compare it to because it already is a famous brand. It already has a reputation. So you say, okay, I'll just buy that one because I because when you're comparing products, you're trying to find out which one gives you the best deal by basically giving the most value for the money. Now, with the shopping product, it's a consumer product that the customer, in the process of selecting and purchasing, usually companies on such attributes as suitability, quality, price, and style. Suitability doesn't match your needs. Quality doesn't meet the standard for what you want. Price, is it too high or is it the right price? Style. Style could be the design of it, the feel, the look and feel of it. That's the style. Now, in terms of the specialty product, it's a consumer product with unique characteristics on brand identification for which a significant group of buyers is willing to make a special purchase effort. Why they're going to make a special purchase effort? Because it's not the normal product. It's a specialty product. Okay, for example, if you think of the usual car that people buy, right? Let's say everyday use. Okay, let's say everyday used car, right? Do people think of a Lamborghini or a Porsche or an Audi maybe? Not well, unless you're some rich, very rich family that's all that they drive. You don't normally think of like luxury or sports cars as your everyday car. Of course, it can be used every day, but that in the perception of the average person, middle class people, my experience has shown, at least in the US, that, and also I'm saying this for the benefit of people who are watching this outside of the US, that's not normally how it is, at least with my experience. Now let's talk about these are marketing considerations for consumer products. We have a table here that talks about it in five categories. First one is the marketing considerations in terms of the convenience, the shopping, the specialty, and the unsought, meaning unlooked, something not looked for. Now, with marketing considerations, we have subcategories. We have the customer buying behavior, we have the price distribution, we have the promotion, and we have examples of it. Now, as far as the customer buying behavior, we have frequent purchase. For convenience, so for customer buying behavior, you have to look at the convenience, the shopping, the specialty, the onslaught. Is it frequent purchase with little planning and little comparison, or shopping effort, or low customer effort? Is it low or high end, or to what extent is it? For shopping, do you shop less frequently, as in less frequent purchase, or much planning and shopping effort? Comparison of brands on price, quality, and style at shopping. As far as specialty, that's strong brand preference and loyalty. That's a special purchase effort, little comparison of brands, and low price sensitivity. Meaning they're open to paying much more. Right? Now, as for in terms of price, for convenience, it's low price. For shopping, it's higher price. For specialty, it's higher price. For unsought, by the way, unsought is little product access knowledge for aware, if aware, little or even negative impact. It's sort of like people who are not knowledgeable about the product or don't have experience with such products or don't understand how the product works. They just only focus on benefits. So you have to understand something that there's two perspectives to look at this from. There's the perspective of the features and the functionality. That's from a company's point of view. But then from a customer's point of view, there's the there's the perspective of the benefits. Now, especially for unsought, they're more likely to focus on almost almost exclusively on benefits and not care so much about features unless something specifically needs that feature. You understand? Because, for example, if you think about people who are not tech people, what do they focus on? So you got to put yourself in the other person's point of view and understand from their point of view what are they thinking or what are they valuing. So management people don't have the time to go fiddle around and have the learning curve of technical stuff. They want to make a system work reliably day in and day out. You understand? Now, with the distribution, it is widespread distributors, convenient locations. Shopping is selected distribution in fewer outlets because this is a distributor, not a retailer. Excuse me. For specialty, you have exclusive distribution only in one or a few outlets per market area, and unsought for distribution can vary depending on what it is. Okay? It could be something illicit, something that's not illicit. Now, illicit, when I say illicit, it's something that's not necessarily good, but it's something that people buy. Okay? Now, I don't want to focus on the value judgments. I'm just using it as an objective like classification. In terms of promotion, it's mass promotion by the producer, which is convenient. And in shopping, you have advertising and personal selling by both the producer and resellers. The producer is basically your manufacturer. The reseller can be anywhere from a trading company, which uh, gets their products from the manufacturer. And sometimes, by the way, the trading company and the manufacturer is one and the same because they do both functions, which saves money, but it's in one way because there's not as much of a markup to get it, and more control of the quality as well. Now, for promotion, you have mass promotion by the producer, and I guess that the author uses this term producer loosely. It's by whoever has the product, I guess. By the way, this promotion, this is what I was saying. I was giving you that pep talk about marketing in the beginning, is because marketing applies to all aspects of business. I mean, all levels of business, whether you're in the supply chain, whether you're the raw materials provider, or all you are for example, the retailer. Anywhere in between, each level has to promote to get the next person to buy and buy and buy. It's kind of like a food chain if you think of it that way, sort of. Um, then you have advertising and personal selling by both the produce and resellers for shopping. For specialty, you have more carefully talented promotion by both the product producers and resellers. Remember, producer, resellers. Right? The reseller gets the product from the one who produces it. Okay? Then we have aggressive, for unsought, we have aggressive advertising and personal selling by the producer and resellers. Depending on what it is, it might be important. So, for examples, we have toothpaste, magazines, and laundry detergent. Okay, for shopping, we have major appliances, television, furniture, and clothing. And specialty, we have luxury goods such as Rolex watches or fine crystal. And for unsought, we have life insurance, Red Cross, and blood donations. These are kind of like random stuff that's not as common for the unsought. Usually, unsought is something is even more specialized, not as common that you do. It's not something you would do every day. Maybe once a year, maybe every few years. It's unsought. Now, for the unsought product, it's a consumer product that the consumer either does not know about or knows about, but does not normally consider buying. And as for the other point of definition, which is industrial product, a product bought by individuals and organizations by further processing or for use in conducting a business. So they can range anywhere from raw materials provider who mines it or gets it to the manufacturer itself. So basically, that's like step one or step two in the supply chain. Is you have the raw materials supplier, then you have the producer, basically. Well, um, so manufacturer technically gets the raw materials that are made in parts. So technically, from the raw materials supplier, sometimes does some shape, does some transformation in the raw materials to get it to be usable as parts for the manufacturing. And sometimes the manufacturing just directly gets the raw materials and shapes it themselves. You understand? It depends on what the product is. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break for a few minutes. Right? Get up, stretch, get something to drink, maybe a little snack, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay? Thank you very much. All right, we'll start. We'll resume momentarily. That much. McDonald's is not open. Doesn't make any damn sense. Again, not open. That's dumb. That's really dumb. McDonald's not open. Are you sure? That much. You're joking me, right? All right, let's resume. Had to get some coffee there. Now, here's a pro tip with the coffee. If you're not allergic to like dairy products or anything, what I recommend is just get a standard coffee. Okay, even instant coffee. Right? Make sure it's really hot. Of course, you thoroughly mix in. Of course, you heat up the water. Put the instant coffee in. Heat up the water. Make sure it's almost like boiling hot. Right. You add some milk, and for real experience, you put some whipped cream on top. Real nice stuff. I'll tell you that. Just what you do is you leave the spoon inside it, and you kind of eat the cream off the coffee. Otherwise, if it melts in, there'll be some residual taste, but it won't taste as good, and it's a better experience. But anyway, going back to marketing now. Let's talk about organizations, persons, places, and ideas. Okay, so basically, in addition to tangible products and services, marketers have broadened the concept of a product to include other market offerings which are organizations, person, places, and ideas. Okay? So that's organizations, person, places, and ideas. Those are concepts. Now, organizations often carry out the activities to sell, quote, sell, the organization itself. Organization marketing, there's all these different types of marketing depending on whether it's more adding value to the customer through internal processes or through external experiences with people who supply the product or service that you can in turn offer to the customer. Consists of activities undertaken to create, maintain, or change. So that's activities to undertake or create or maintain a change of attitudes and behaviors of target consumers toward an organization. Both profit and not-for-profit organization practice organization marketing. Business firms sponsor public relations or corporate image advertising. This is a kind of advertising now, which is a subset of marketing. Campaigns, these are campaigns to market themselves to polish their images. So the image is basically a perceived idea and reputation and value of someone or something, of a person or an organization. For example, food, agricultural, industrial products, and giant Cargill markets itself to the public as a company that works closely with business customers, meaning from farmers to fishermen to fast food restaurants and furniture manufacturers. That's to help bring the world everything from heart-heartedly milk and trans fat free, means there's no trans fat, French fries to furniture and bedding. So it's like this one and this one and this one. This is like the variety. Uh, from created and created from renewable resources. It says in its ad, this is how Cargill works with customers. Collaborate, create, and succeed. Now here's the thing with collaborate. When you have an interaction between company and customer where you allow the customer to get involved in the process of making the products, or excuse me, not making, but designing a customized product for them, just like this. Should everybody have the same kind of computer specifications? Should everybody buy the same computer? No. Why? We have different needs. So if we have different needs, the best way to get people to be satisfied and confident of the need is to basically say, okay, here we go. We can customize the computer within reason. We can customize it within certain parameters, almost any way you want. So there's like a low end to a high end, and anywhere in between, you can choose what you'd like in your computer. Okay? What they do is they make websites where you can look at all these options. This is more of a time saving activity. Versus if before it was you call them on the phone and say what's available, and oh, I'll take that one. Oh no, I decide I want something else. You put stuff on the website so you can reach more customers, right? And they can decide what kind of product exactly they want. So there's no miscommunication, and then of course, this is exactly what they're going to get according to what they want. You understand what I'm saying? Now, similarly, not-for-profit organizations such as churches, colleges, charities, museums, and performing arts groups market their organizations to raise funds and attract members and partners. Okay, so this is what it is. We have different ways. So first we collaborate, which is company to customer. Then after the collaboration, now we go to the second phase of creation. So it's kind of like collaborating is basically like, okay, here's the way that you can interact with the customer. The customer can interact with the company to get to make an order to get exactly what they want. Then the second step is company makes what the customer wants. And then the third thing is the user experience in which the company succeeds in delivering on what was promised or even to meet or exceed expectations. Um, People can also be thought of as products. Person marketing consists of activities undertaken to create, maintain, or change attitudes, okay, or behavior towards particular people. This is like your public relations. This is your brand management, right? Public relations just refers to the overall public sentiment of the company. Brand management has to do with the value of the brand itself, and sometimes it intertwines. That's why I mentioned both. While people ranging from presidents, entertainers, and sports figures to professionals such as doctors, lawyers, and architects use person marketing to build their reputations. Okay? And charities, and other organizations are well-known personalities help sell the products or causes. This is where selling and marketing intersect, because this is where people kind of confuse sales with marketing. They can serve. You can kind of like kill two birds with one stone by having a promotion that includes a well-known figure that gives credibility to the product. Therefore, can immediately skip a step and immediately just convert to the sale. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So, if you think of examples, you think of celebrities. You think of some famous name that somebody has their name on that product and that sells it. Okay. Nike represented itself well to well-known athletes such as Kobe Bryant, Serena Williams, and hundreds of others around the globe, in sports ranging from tennis and basketball to ice hockey and cricket. At the other extreme, Taylor Guitar markets to a baby Taylor model named after country pop singer Taylor Smith. Okay? And Fender offers a John Mayer Stratocaster. Do you understand? Okay, so that's basically what it is. You're using the name and the image of someone else, meaning it could be like a recorded video, could be live, or it could be like a picture of something to represent the credibility and the value based upon their own brand's credibility and value that's associated with the company. Now, this in so this is more of a face thing, but it is also a cultural thing. So whatever's put in there, basically will depend on the culture, what they value is, and what products, whatever, what the presentation is. But this is referring to a presentation of a product that serves also the marketing and the sales. Now, the skillful use of marketing can turn a person's name into a powerhouse brand. Carefully managed and well known names, including Oprah Winfrey, Martha Stewart, and Donald Trump, now adorn everything from sports apparel, housewares, and magazines to book clubs and casinos. Such well known names held substantial branding power. Consider the chefs on the Food Network. These days, it's hard to shop for kitchen products without bumping into goods endorsed by the culinary all stars. See, here's what they're doing with the marketing is they're paying this guy, they're paying more on the marketing budget to get this sold. But the thing is, they're paying more for the advertising, but they're saving time, and time is money, as you know. So this name carries weight in the perception of the public. Okay. This means not only does it increase their brand value, but also save time, so they don't have to spend so much time to build up a brand. That's why you'll see now. This was posted in 2012. That's why you will see, for example, in the social media context, you'll see people collaborating because it's kind of like, I'm good at this part, he's good at this part. Like, he has the visibility, but I have like the ideas how I can pump up this, and we work together and both can make money, kind of. So this person has like the, the visibility, right? The popularity, but then I have the physical product. So what they do is they pay this guy more for that, and what it does is increases their sales and faster. So it has an exponential effect. And in Asia, when its chefs approximate rock stars, Food Network is the ultimate launching ground for their endorsed products. Every chef offers a library of cookbooks, but it goes far beyond that. Fans can now cook just like their favorite Food Network guru by purchasing accessories to outfit their kitchens and a variety of essential signature flavors to stock their pantries. Now, cooking is a skill. It is very enjoyable. It's basically a hobby. It can be a hobby for some people. It's not my favorite thing to do, but it is a life skill, so it's good to know because it's good to be in control of what you cook and be able to cook it how you want. But yes, it's an enjoyable thing. It can be an enjoyable thing to do. For me, it's just a time-consuming activity. So I figured, hey, if I'm gonna do a time-consuming activity, I need to do what I do now or do something else. But it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it is good. It's not bad. I mean, the end result is very nice, so that's good. Now, the thing we want to consider with this is that they've accomplished a couple things. I'm just adding this to the book. This is where their review and the informational and the review part kind of intersects with the information and the educational. Is that the ideal setup is that you're able to um, um, you're able to combine a couple ideas such as um, advertising and marketing together, but doing it in a way that lowers your costs. So if you can basically advertise for free, such as on social media, that cuts the cost. So you have an established platform to do it, where you have visibility. Plus, you have a product and a methodology in which to present it. So that's what the Food Network does. Okay, ultimate launching pad for the unendorsed for their endorsed products. Okay, when they say it's endorsed, it just means that they give it an approval or an okay, like an affirmation, like this is good. That's that kind of thing I'm referring to. Okay, now let's go on here. All right, seems like something in my way. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about marketing. Now, I did skip through some of this, as you noticed, but these are just more examples that you can look through. What I'm aiming for in these videos is not only to convey information in an intelligent and understandable way, but also for purposes of overall understanding and application. So, I'm going over the main parts, then getting you to understand what I'm saying, and then prompting you through analogies and through inspiration to apply it for your own understanding. For Blaze marketing, involves activities that undertake, create, maintain, and change attitudes or behavioral toward particular places. These include cities, states, regions, and even entire nations that compete to attract tourists, new residents, convention and company offices, and factories. New York State advertises I love as an I heart, the symbol meaning love, New York, and California urges you to find yourself here. Tourism Ireland, the agency responsible for marketing Irish tourism to the rest of the world, invites travelers to, quote, go where Ireland takes you. Unquote. The agency works with the travel, trade, and media and other partners in key world markets, such as the United States, Canada, Australia, and a dozen European countries. As it discovers Ireland website, Tourism Ireland offers information about the country and its attractions. A travel planner, special vacation offers, and lists of tour operators and much more information that makes it easier to say yes to visiting Ireland. That's one campaign. Okay? Now, you see how we have that collaboration that I was talking about. So first, what we want to do when we have the place marketing, we talk about marketing places. Idea. This is just telling you literally what it is. Place marketing is marketing something on the basis of the place itself. You understand? Now, ideas can also be marketed. In one sense, all marketing is the marketing of an idea, whether it be general idea or brushing your teeth or the specific idea. Okay? So it can be a general or specific idea. For example, Crest toothpaste creates healthy, beautiful smiles for life. Now, here, however, we narrow our focus to the marketing of social medias. The area has been called social marketing, defined by Social Marketing Institute, or SMI. Okay. And as of, what is it? The use of commercial marketing concepts and tools to programs are designed to bring about social change. So that is more of a social change type thing. So that's for your social marketing. Okay. And by the way, sometimes I'll highlight here, sometimes I highlight there. Depends on when I see, like if it's on the top of the page or middle or bottom of the page, something like that. Okay. Now, social marketing programs include public health campaigns to reduce smoking, drug abuse, and obesity. Other social marketing efforts include environmental campaigns to promote wilderness protection, clean air, and conservation. Still, others address issues such as family planning, human rights, and race equality. The Ad Council of America, this is www.adcouncil.org, has developed dozens of social advertising campaigns, including its issues ranging from preventative health, education, personal safety, to its environmental preservation. Okay, so that's just another example. So that's social marketing. It's to affect social change. You understand what I'm saying? The idea is we have to look at the application to understand what we're talking about. We use some of the very similar principles, just more focused more towards the transformation of the purpose of what we're doing. But social marketing involves much more than just advertising. The SMI encourages the use of broad ranges of marketing tools, such as social marketing goes well beyond the promotion of the promotional P, number, price, place, promotion, and product, price, place, and promotion. Those are the 4 P's of the marketing mix to include every other element and to achieve the social change objectives, says the SMI executive director. Okay. So when you look at these principles, these are not 100%, but these are foundational, as I said in the beginning. First, we need to understand things from a foundational basis. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we're going to take a break here in about 10 minutes or so. One more intermission before we finish off for the lesson, okay? I know we've got several lessons left, I believe. 20, so we have like about 10 more pages. Yeah, this will go pretty fast though. Product and service decisions. Marketers make products and more service decisions at all three levels. Now, first level is individual product decision. Keyword is individual. Second, product line decisions. This is more for business oriented. Product mix decisions. This is also business oriented. Now, for individual product service decisions, we're going to show the important decisions and deployment and marketing of individual products and services. Now, the focus will be on decisions and products, attributes, branding, packaging, labeling, and support services. Remember that all of these are aspects of marketing that add value to the product or service that we're marketing. So let's look at the process for individual product decisions. First, we start with the product attributes. What makes up the product? Second, then after we've considered what makes up the product, we look at the branding. How do we communicate the value through a promotion and through a physical like logo, for example? That's your branding. After the branding, we have the packaging. This is to protect the product and add value to the product through attention and want. Last thing is we have labeling. This will also get the attention and target the right kind of customers. And the last one is we have product support services. Basically, that's like your customer service. Okay, and this is before, during, and after the sale. Okay, mostly after the sale, but yes, it can be. Depends on the level we're talking about. It could be if it's a retail level or what they call value the the value delivery part of the value delivery network. So basically, that could be like okay, for the for example, there's different values depending on how it's supported. So for retail, it's one thing, wholesale, it's another. Your and depending on who you bought from, did you buy directly from the trade business, or did we deal directly with or did we buy from the wholesaler? Depends on where we are in the supply chain, literally. Now let's define some terms first. The first one is product quality. These are the characteristics of product or service that bears in its ability to satisfy stated or implied customer needs. Pretty obvious, right? How good is the product? Does it match the how good is the product and does it fulfill the customer's expectations? Okay. Next thing we have is we have total quality management or TQM. Now that is an approach in which the company's people are involved in constantly improving the quality of product, services, and business processes. Right? This is the company's people. That's why it says management and not collaboration. You understand? There can be a collaboration between company and customer to give feedback on the quality of a product, to do promotions for a product like we are talking about before, or to encourage sales of the product. Now, with the product quality, it should be noted that it has two dimensions level. Excuse me, the product has two dimensions. Sorry, I'm tongue twisted. We have level and consistency. First, what is the level of the product and what is the consistency? Level has to do with the value put on it, and the consistency has to do with the frequency of how it's of when it's used. Okay. Now, in developing a product, the marketer must first choose a quality level that will support the product's positioning. How is this? How and where and when is it put into the market? Or even actually, let's say, how is it positioning itself in the niche? Is more precise. Your product quality means performance quality. Okay? Yes, how good is it? Does it perform? Does it execute? Does it do what's it says it's going to do, and to the quality that's to the expectation of the customer? Now, that's the ability of a product to perform the functions. So, if a depends on the product. What does the product advertise it will do? If the product advertises that it's a marker, like on a board, right, that has to mark on a board. If it's a car, it needs to be relying on moving from point A to point B. I know these are very simple examples, but I'm just giving you the overall idea of what I'm referring to. Now, we have to be clear on what its purpose is and what is its value, what is its value promise, or what is promised in the advertising. Okay, so it's ability for a product to perform the functions, okay, that are of course stated and promised in the advertising. For example, Rolls-Royce provides higher performance quality than a Chevrolet. It has a smoother ride, right? More luxury, more creature comforts. That's kind of a weird way of putting it. Because when you say creature, we're talking about like animal. But it's sort of like an old English word referring to like just living things in general, like people or living things. And last longer. Companies really try to offer the highest possible performance quality level. So the purpose is always the highest possible performance quality. Not the lowest, not just the minimum, but the highest possible. Now, few customers want or can afford the high levels of quality offered in products such as the Rolls-Royce automobile, a Viking range, or a Rolex watch. Instead, companies choose quality level that matches target market needs. This is what it needs to do. Companies choose a quality level that matches target market needs and quality levels of the competing product. It's almost a tongue twister. It's stated here. Beyond quality, the high level quality also can mean high levels of quality consistency. So we need the quality, we need the consistency. Consistency is day in and day out, as in the frequency, how often. Is it only sometimes? Is it most of the time? Or is it almost every time? Or what is the consistency? What is the frequency? How often? You understand by consistency? Now, here, product quality means performance quality. Which is freedom from defects and consistency in delivering the targeted level of performance. Okay. Does it mean so? Just like this, should a computer work every time, or only some of the time, or no, every time? Like you start up your car. If everything's normal, you should work every time. That's the consistency. That's the performance quality as relates to consistencies. Now, all companies should strive for high levels of uh, con- conformance quality. That's kind of a weird way. Usually I would say performance quality, but almost sounds like they're trying to say um, performance and consistency together as conformance quality. That's what it kind of sounds like. All companies should strive for high levels of conformance quality in the sense that a Chevrolet can have just as much quality as a Rolls Royce. Although Chevy does not perform at the same levels as Rolls Royce, it can deliver as consistently the quality of the customers pay for and expect. Now, the key to marketing something that's not as high quality is that it offers a different experience according to the demographics of people who typically buy it or would be interested in buying it. So it's the user experience that they're selling and promising, not the other way around. Okay? You understand? Now, as far as product features are concerned, excuse me, product can be offered with varying features. A stripped-down model, one without any extras in the starting point. Company can create higher-level models by adding more features. Features are a competitive tool for differentiating the company's product from the competitor's product. Here we go. That's the purpose of features. Okay. What does this offer that the other one doesn't offer? Bring the first producer to introduce a valued new feature as the effective ways to compete. Okay. First, we start with a feature to get attention and interest. Then after that we finalize the sale, and in a way, in terms of the e-commerce, the transaction, to make it as smooth as possible. Then after that, the customer will judge the user experience. How can a company identify new features and decide which ones to add to its product? It should periodically survey buyers who have used the product and these questions. How do you like the product? What specific features of the product do you like the most? And which features could we add to improving the product? The way to remember that, the way to think about this is, it's just as simple as saying, what does the product not do that it should do, or how can the product be improved? Okay? Now we always have to put that in the context to what does that demographic expect that the product do, especially compared to what is promised. Now the answer to these questions provide the company with a rich list of future ideas. The company can now assess for each feature value, features value, the customers versus the cost of the company. So for the features you're getting, how much do you have to pay, or what is the cost of something compared to the features? Both way you look at it, it's like potato. It's like 1 plus 1 or 1 plus 1, both equal 2. You see what I'm saying? Now we got to consider that if we're going to be constantly improving, we want to improve the product's features first because we want to look at its functionality and we want to make sure it matches up with what the customer is looking for. Not just existing customers, but customers who are looking to buy such a thing. Okay. Now, with the product style and design, another way to add customer value is through distinctive product style and design. Design is a larger concept than style. Style simply just describes the appearance of the product. How does it look visually? Is it aesthetically pleasing? Now, styles can be eye-catching or yawn-producing. A sensational style can grab attention by producing pleasing aesthetics, like I just told you. Okay? So, it may grab attention or produce pleasing aesthetics, but it does not necessarily make the product perform better. Unlike style, design is more than skin deep. It goes to the very heart of the product. Okay? Good design contributes to a product's usefulness as well as its looks. So the design makes the product perform better. I'll give you an example. Think of a computer, right? A computer case. If you think of like a desktop computer, like the bigger, not the laptop, the smaller one, but the bigger one, like the desktop. The case oftentimes has holes in it. You ever notice that? Yes, that's the design of it's the shape and what that outer part as well as the inner part does. So, for example, on the case, I'll design each part of the product will be designed. Okay, so each part of the product has a different function, just like in the human body, right? You have different organs that do different things. Well, they're designed differently for different. They have different features for different purposes, right? They have reason why they have a. There's a reason why they're made the way they're made, and without going into more religious or like metaphysical terms, we would indicate for its functionality. See what I'm saying? Now, good design doesn't start with just brainstorming new ideas and making prototypes. Design begins with observing customers and developing deep understanding of their needs. Okay, first, because we need to understand the needs of the customer before we say, okay, this is what we're going to design. If we design something that's not needed, do you think they're going to buy it? More than simply creating products and service attributes, it involves shaping the customer's product use experience. Product designers should ask less about the product attributes and more about the technical specifications and less about the product attributes and technical specifications and more about the customers we will use and benefit from the product. See, that's the difference. The focus is not on the features, but the focus is on the benefits. For example, if you look at this picture here, we have the product design. How is it made for to be easiest to use? Okay. So technically, the design is the feature. For example, here OXO focuses on desired end user experience, and then translates the pie cutter in the sky notions and it's eminently usable gadgets. So, so your features will be what it can do. The experience is how did it feel, or what was the experience by using it? You understand? All right. OXO's uniquely designed kitchen and gardening gadgets look pretty cool, but OXO's good performance means a lot more than good looks. It means OXO tools really work for anyone and everyone. OXO is practically the definition of good experience. See it mentioned as good experience. Keyword is experience. Notes one observer. For OXO, design means as a salad spinner that can be used with one hand. Tools with pressure absorbing non-slip handles. You see that on the slide? That's the experience of using it. And make them more efficient, or a watering can with a spout that rotates back towards the body, allowing for easy filling and storing. Okay? The design is made to make the product easier to use, more convenient. Okay? So this is what you need to do. Make the product easier to use, so it's easy to use, and more enjoyable to use. Okay, those two things. You don't want a product that they have to go and learn how to use it. It should be pretty intuitive. Like you press a button, everything is written there, or it's intuitive. You look at it and you can already see visually how to use it. That's the best kind of design. It's that way even with other things in IT too, whether it's household things or whatever in general. That's the general principle in which that everything should be designed that way. Whether it be software, whether it be physical hardware, whether it be anything, that is what it is in design. Ever since it came out with its super effective Good Grips vegetable peeler in 1990, OXO has been known for clever designs that make everyday living easier. Its eye-catching, super useful household designs have been featured in museum exhibitions. OXO is now extending its design touch to office supplies, medical devices, and baby products. We're going to take a quick intermission here. I'll be back just in a few minutes. Gotta grab some food. I'll be right we're going to do is move this here, this here. Alright, I'm back. I just had to pick up this food order. I hardly have time these days even to cook. It's pretty busy stuff. Like I'm doing this lecture twice a week, so yeah. Anyway, I think you guys, if you just apply these principles that we're talking about in each chapter, you honestly apply these chapters in your what you're doing. It doesn't matter whether you're running a company, you're doing your own like side gig, almost anything in business, profit or non-profit. You apply these principles, it's really going to help a lot. So you have this example of the OXO's design. So much of the OXO's design inspiration comes directly from users. This is the best place to get it because you want the collaborate. Well, I wouldn't say collaboration, but you want the input from customers. You know what I mean? Because sorry, I'm just putting this here. You want them to tell you exactly what they want. You see, otherwise you'll have to go through more traditional methods, which are not necessarily bad, but it's more time consuming. It costs more. You see, what I figured out was, and I'm just adding this to this text specifically because I don't want everything to be word for word. Anybody having any concerns for that. Plus, of course, the understanding of something is, in marketing terms, the understanding is the benefit. The material itself is the feature. You know what I'm saying? So basically, it's cheaper and faster to just say, okay, here you go. You give incentive to customers to say, okay, we need this. We'd like you to let us know how you would like this designed, or what is the good and the bad things, and then you can, depending on the cost of the item and what it is, you could actually just give out one of those items, and you could say, okay, here you go. Here's one of the items, and then when the new one comes out, we'll give you the new item. You know what I mean? Or we give you the one of the two, but definitely the last one. Because you can say, okay, here's what I get from the suggestion I gave. You understand what I'm saying? That's the idea. And you want them to feel that they're valued, that their opinion is valued because why? Because you're making this product. One of the best industries to do this is, well, there's a couple industries. One, you have your marketing companies that do like paid surveys or um, in person like product testing, which I've done before. That was a lot of fun. A lot of people like that because it, it's like a couple hours. Like there's pre-qualifying things to do the job, but like 2 or 3 hours, and they pay them like $100 or $150. It's like, wow, I'll do that all day long. See what I mean? Because if they do all, because and they'll take like a few people, different demographics or whatever. They add all that up. Let's say they spent $1,000 for each day, and maybe they do this a few times, whatever. Let's say a few $1,000s, right? They can get the results faster than asking, unless of course the one that provides this can do it for cheaper and can prove it's more reliable, which is difficult to do because here you can go right directly to the source. So every product that we make starts with watching how people use things. Okay? Why does that matter? Think about it. The features, how it's how it's used, will determine how it should be designed in terms of features of it, how you grab it, how you hold it, how you move it. Okay. If you're designing in a way that's not convenient or comfortable to move or use the product, you're going to find a different product. I mean, you can just ask yourself that if you put yourself in the position of the customer, it's like I said last chapter. Think of yourself as the customer. If you're the customer, how would you like this product to be? You understand what I mean? Think about it. You're designing this product for the customer. Who should benefit customer? How should it be made? How should it be made from the customer's point of view? What you do is you completely change your mindset and you say, this is going to be made from the point of view of the person who uses it. Okay, here's a silly example, but this is a simple example. Let's say you're making, um, let's say chopsticks, fork, knife, spoon, right? How does it feel when you grab it? How does it feel when you try to move it? Is it easy to be done? You need to put yourself in the shoes of the person, as the expression goes, and experience through product testing. How does it feel? And then compare. Yes, I do agree with the author. Asking the customer is probably one of the best ways because they will tell you what they want. Because people are very clear about what they like and what they don't like. They may not know what they want, but they know what they like and don't like, and they know what experience is. You understand? So these are some gems you pull out in a latent problem. For example, after watching people struggle with traditional Pyrex measuring cup, see, it's not so easy to use. Ease of use. Also, design discovered a critical flaw. You can't see how full it is without lifting up at eye level. What you want to do is look at your competitors, look at yours. Which one is better in that regard from an objective standpoint? Now, of course, your boss's boss is going to think, the politically correct thing at work will be, yes, of course, our product is the best. But if you truly want the truth and you want to improve, you'll be critical in a constructive way, of course. You'll be critical because you're looking for the truth of the matter of what is there pluses and minuses of the product. How can we improve it? We're human beings, right? Are we perfect? We can't improve. Nothing can't be improved upon. Of course it can. Of course it can. Now, some things are practical, some things are possible, and some things are not. But the focus is on the theoretical concept. Then we narrow it down to user experience. How can it be improved? You see. And then when we look at your product, say, okay, what disadvantages would this have? And I used it. What's my experience? You know what I would do? Have all my product testers go in the simulated environment, kitchen. I'm gonna have an area just for that, and I'm gonna have this typical thing like an average person has: your drawers, your cabinets, whatever. And I'm gonna say, okay, what's the experience of you doing this when I have this product? Okay, what is this made for? Okay, it's made for slicing potatoes, apples, or whatever, shredding something. Okay, let's try it out. How do you feel? The product of your competitors do the same thing. How do you feel? Management needs to be honest and saying, you know what, I just want objectively to know because I want to make the product better because if I can get to the objective truth of the matter, I can be ahead of my competition. Remember I talked about competitive advantage? That is right to the heart of the competitive advantage. I know a corporation should hire me for the product development. I would definitely be kicking ass for sure. Because I would literally immediately say, nope, This is wrong. This is can be improved. Blah blah blah. And they say, okay, I wanted to do this. How to do this? It needs to have this. Okay, it needs to have this. Okay, so we get this. We narrow it down. Guess what? What's the next thing? Guess what we're gonna do? It needs to do this. If consumers and people, other testers can come to the same conclusion, that's how you need to make it. You're not making it for yourself, you're making it for them. So then you say, okay, I want to go to my R&D. I want to make a design, I want to make it happen that can make it like this. Figure it out. Okay, we'll figure it out. We got a team of people figuring it out. The software that in various things is going to be on the scope of this book, but they're going to figure it out. But see, first we need the idea. We need to know what to produce. And we need to know what needs to be improved upon, or what can be improved upon, based upon the experience. And then ask yourself, okay, what is there any drawbacks? Is there something that I wish could be done that isn't done? Okay, that's what it is. So you see, the resulting OXO measuring cups have markings down from the inside that can be read from above. You see, what did they find? There was no markings. How do I know? If I need something precise, how do I know? Well, we have the markings. See? It sounds like a simple thing, but when you got to figure it out yourself, it's just like a math problem. If you remember from school, right? You're taking math, right? Teacher gives you a math problem, and you got to figure it out. It's not so easy. But then when you see the teacher, okay, they make it look easy. And he says to you, okay, or the teacher shows you first, makes it look easy, and he says, okay, you do it. So when he shows it to you, it looks easy. But then when you've got to do it, when you've got to figure it out on your own, instead of someone else figuring it out, that's more difficult, for sure. See what I'm saying? All right. You can understand. Look at whatever can be improved, especially from the user's point of view, and then make it according to that what can be improved. Don't worry about how it's going to be done. Let the R&D and the QC team figure it out. You just want to give them the specifications. This is what it needs to do. Okay, I need to buy this. I need to have this experience. There you go. Now you know the answer. Now let's talk about branding. Or overall, from a marketing standpoint, this is quite important. This is a name, a term, a sign, a symbol, a design, or a combination of these that identifies the products or services of one seller or group or sellers and differentiates them from those of their competitors. Very simple. First, what's the name of the company? Okay, you have to have a different name. You can't use someone else's name, obviously. Second of all, what is it? If it's a conceptual thing, that could be more for the technical demographic. Then you have a sign. That's also for other different types of industries. A symbol. Symbol for McDonald's. You see, all this is to get customers to remember you. You need attention in the short run, and in the long run, you need to remember you. Do you understand? And then you can have a combination of, like, for example, the catchy name, the slogan, and then the symbol. Each one of these adds value to the company in terms of its value as a communication between the company and the customer through its branding. Branding is kind of like the middleman to communicate value to associate. It's called brand product or brand name association. Branding is association for a person to think, okay, this symbol means this company. Even if they don't see the name of the company, they see the symbol. Oh, that's McDonald's. See what I'm saying? Like they put a sign out at McDonald's with that art M, the golden arches, the M's. You don't even need to say McDonald's. People know that's their brand. It's McDonald's, right? Same kind of thing. So, perhaps the most distinctive skill of professional marketers is the ability to build and manage brands. This is another way you can add value to a company. Brand is a name, term, sign, symbol, or design, or a combination of these. It identifies the maker. What does it do? Identifies the maker or seller of a product or service. Do you understand? We need that. This is part of differentiation. Actually, branding is actually accomplishes a couple of things. One is value communication, valuing the company. Second is differentiation. Third of all, it's differentiation. Yeah, so differentiation in terms of how is this different than another company? And third, it has to do with brand. In the long run, it can refer to brand loyalty because when you see this one, you're thinking, okay, I want to only buy that one. That's what I'm saying. All right, very good. Customers view a brand as an important part of a product, and branding can add value to a product or service. That's ultimately what we're trying to do with the company is add value to the company through the perceptions of the consumer. See? That has to be built up, but that's what our goal is. Customers attach meanings to brands and develop brand relationships. You understand? Brands have meanings well beyond a product's physical attributes, such as Coca-Cola. When you think of Coca-Cola, it evokes an emotion or an idea that affects you into buying, right? Affects means provokes you or gets you to do something. In an interesting taste test of Coca-Cola versus Pepsi, 67 subjects were connected to brainwave monitoring machines that they consumed both products. When the soft drinks were unmarked, the consumer preferences were split down the middle. But when the brands were identified, subjects chose Coke over Pepsi by a margin of 75% to 25%. So that 3 to 1. What does that mean? People are influenced by brands. If you just look, people see what marketing doesn't want to do is people to look at things objectively and say, well, objectively, X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. Well, they don't want that. What they want is we want people to apply based upon a communicated value. Okay? When drinking the identified Coke product, the brain areas that lit up most were those associated with cognitive control and memory. Why? Brand association. Associated with cognitive, meaning understanding, control, cognitive, like control of your understanding and control of your memory. So you understand that that's Coke, and you remember that's Coke. Sorry, you understand the experience and the value, and you remember who it is. Usually it's actually the other way around. Usually memory, then cognitive. Cognitive memory, and then cognitive control, but whatever. Now it's a place where the culture concepts are stored. Okay, this didn't happen when drinking. This is a perception that's built up. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, very nice. right? That didn't happen as much when drinking Pepsi. Why? According to one brand strategist, it's because Coca-Cola's long-established brand imagery, the almost 100-year-old conjure bottle in cursive font, and its association with iconic images, ranging from Mean Gene Green and polar bears to Santa Claus. So these are put out at certain times of the year and certain years, depending on the cultural trends. You know what I mean? That's cool. So, um, people's imagery isn't quite as deeply rooted, though people might associate Pepsi with a hot celebrity of the Pepsi generation. We're talking like the 80s, maybe early 90s. Um, they probably don't think of it as a strong emotional link to the strong and emotional. Okay? Icons associated with Coke. Right? So, the conclusion, plain and simple, consumer preference isn't based on taste alone. Coke's iconic brand appears to make a difference. Now they have different parts on the packaging based upon the time of the year. If you label it like, for example, like something that appeals to people's sentiments during the holiday time, then that will be more effective. You know what I mean? Branding has become so strong that today hardly anything goes unbranded. It's always packaged with branded containers, common nuts, bolts are branded with a distributor's label, and automobile parts, etc. Such as spark plugs, tires, filters bear brand names and differ from those of the automakers. Differ from the automakers. What is that? That's differentiation. Even fruits, vegetables, dairy products, and poultry are branded. Sunkist Orange, Dole Classic, Iceberg Salads, Horizon Organic Milk, and Purdue Chickens. Now, branding helps buyers in many ways. For example, branding names helps consumers identify in products that they may uh, identify with them. Translation: who are they buying from? What is the reputation of that company as it relates to that brand that they're selling? Remember, each different product is basically its own brand. It's not a brand of the company itself, which is mostly what it is. And you can also have a brand of each particular product, depending on how you do it. But it's simpler just to have a brand of the company itself. Now, branding also says something about the product quality and consistencies. Buyers who buy the same brand know that they will get the same features, benefits, and quality each time they buy. That's what that's why they buy that. You understand? That's the idea. Now, branding also gives the seller several advantages. Number one, brand names become the basis on which a whole story can be built about a product's special qualities. Okay? The seller's brand is name and trademark provide legal protection for unique product features that otherwise might be copied by competitors. So that's on the legal end, but that is a benefit nonetheless. See what I'm saying? And branding the seller helps the seller to segment markets. Why is that brand? Where is that brand in? Why does that matter? Well, it matters because if you want to make sure you're targeting the right customers, that's why. If you're targeting the wrong customers, you'll get much less sales, if not hardly any at all, depending on the pricing. Okay. So, Toyota Motor Company can offer the major Lexus, Toyota, and Scion, or Scion, however you pronounce it, brands, each with numerous sub-brands. This is Camry, Corolla, Prius, and Matrix, Yaris, Tundra, and Land Cruiser, and others are not just one general product for all consumers. That's what I mean is you can have a brand for the company, and you can have a brand for the product. So they call it a sub-brand, but you understand what I'm saying. Now, building and managing brands are perhaps the marketer's most important tasks. We will discuss branding strategy more in detail. So think about that for a second. If you're a company, how would you communicate value if it's visual? Think about that for a second. You got to do it if it's visual. You have to have something that reminds them of something else that they've seen. Either something similar or something literally the same. And that's what it is. Now, we also have something called packaging. Packaging is the activities of designing and producing the container or wrapper of the product. Now, packaging accomplishes a couple of things. Number one, protects the product from damage and spoilage. So, damage in shipping, spoilage while in transit, and also during storage. Right? Okay, that's the first thing. It offers protection during the transportation logistics stage and also the warehousing stage. The other thing about packaging, what it does, it gets attention to customers if done in a way that is eye provoking or eye catching. Also, it communicates the brand of the company, slogan, and or any features, and finally any other legal disclosures. Okay, so remember, in a more simpler way, packaging involves designing and producing the consumer's wrapper for products. Okay, that's the first thing to consider. Just reiterating that. Traditionally, the primary function of package would hold and protect the product. If you look, see, what I want you guys to do is like buy something that's in a box, okay? Or take something in your house, apartment, or wherever you are. Take out look at where the product is. Is it in a box? Is it in a wrapper? Think about what you see. Look at it. Look at it like it's a. Look at it. Is it shiny? Is it a bright, dull color? Is it happy? Is it what's the what is it trying to communicate on the packaging? Look at that sometime. You really see the point. Now this is the kind of thing, like I said, marketing is very underestimated. It's something that gets overlooked because they just think, well, people just buy stuff because it's available and they buy it, it's whatever, it's the right price. They only see part of the picture, a fourth, a fifth, a tenth of the picture. They look at features and they look at pricing and maybe place at the most. Nowadays, it's also place. Now, in recent times, however, numerous factors have made packaging an important marketing tool as well. Increased competition and clutter on retail store shelves means the packaging must now perform many sales tasks, from attracting attention, like I told you, to describing the product, which I also told you, to making the sale. That's the end goal. And also, of course, it gives an outlet also for legal disclosures about the contents of the product. Excuse me. Now, companies are realizing the power of good packaging to create immediate consumer recognition or a brand. For example, the average supermarket stocks about 47,000 items. The average Walmart carries about 142,000 items, which is a ton. The typical shopper passer buys some 300 items per minute, and with 40 to 70% of all purchase decisions are made in stores. In this highly competitive environment, the package may be the seller's last and best chance to influence buyers. Now, remember, you got to understand this from different levels. A retailer wants to sell whatever is most popular, right? Whatever you can get the most profit margin on, preferably whatever's most popular. Retailers sell in volume. You have to understand who your customers. If you're a wholesaler, you're buying things for the purpose of selling to retailers. If you're the trading company, you're buying you're obtaining the products to sell to the wholesaler, so that way they're able to sell to whoever else, because they're not buying it for themselves, they're buying it to sell to someone else. Okay? So you got to consider that. Thus, for many companies, the package itself is becoming an important promotional medium. That's an important point. It's a promotional medium. You understand? It's another way they can advertise. It's kind of sneaky. I wouldn't say it's free because they have to pay for this. Everything involved in getting that packaging, put on the box or whatever, all the way to getting it to whoever they're selling to. So it's not free, but you know what I mean. It's like it's extra marketing. I mean, it's extra sales, extra advertising. Poorly designed packages can cause headaches for consumers for lost sales for the company. Think about all the hard to open packages such as DVD cases sealed with and possibly sticky labels, packaging with finger splitting twist ties, or sealed plastic clamshell containers. Okay, so if you think of that, right? Remember I told you, look at the package, look at what it is, right? Let's look at it. Look at all like what does it look like, and how does it catch your attention? And then of course look at the part where you open it, right? Once you've done that, you can understand the pluses and minuses for everything. Remember I told you it's just because it has a minus doesn't mean it's not good. It just means it's a room for improvement. You understand? It sounds like a politically correct term, but literally that's what it is. We want to look at the positive end of something because things aren't perfect. We can always find ways of improving things. What we want to do is we want to look at every aspect of it and decide, okay, how can we improve the packaging? Well, we improve the marketing message, we improve the handling of it, we improve the ability to store to keep a product safe from spoilage and breakage and all of this stuff, and also the opening of it. Here's a simple thing: when you open a DVD thing, it should be intuitive. It should be easy to open. Now, yes, you can have some packaging to keep it sealed in, but it should be fairly easy to open. It should be difficult to open it. Now, here's for example. Such packaging causes what Amazon calls wrap rage. That is the frustration we feel when trying to free a product from nearly impenetrable packaging. If you do the packaging wrong or you put too much of it, it's like one layer over next layer over next layer. it's a pain in the neck. Now, if the product is good enough underneath all the packaging, you're like, okay, whatever, I'll overlook it. Yeah, but you see, like for example, this right here. Let's see this. Too much of it, and then you need to be in. It needs to be intuitive how to open it. For example, opening the middle of it may not be great because the front is the display. You need to find something easy from the side or the top, not necessarily from the bottom because you can't see it as well. Sides or maybe top is best. Top or sides, preferably I would say. Um, it's working with companies such as Fisher Price, Mattel, Microsoft, others to create a frustration-free packaging. Smaller, easier to open, recyclable packages that uses less packaging material, and not so frustrating plastic clamshells or wire ties. Now, it depends on the product. Some things have to have certain things to hold it down. Okay, for example, let's say you buy like cable, like a coaxial cable, networking cable, or something like that. Piping, wiring. There'll need to be something to hold it in place so it doesn't just flop out, right? So it's more efficient, takes up less space, etc. But it needs to be intuitive. I guess the main points I want you to understand and remember is it needs to be intuitive on how to unpack it. It needs to be user friendly, right? And it shouldn't take too long to do it. Right now, innovative packaging can give a company an advantage over the competition and boost sales. I know this sounds silly, but once you start working with it, you put yourself. See, the problem is a lot of times you're not able to understand this if you don't put yourself in the shoes of the customer. So what you need to do is put yourself in the shoes of the customer. Sometimes even seemingly small packaging improvements can make a big difference. For example, Heinz revolutionized the 170-year-old condiment industry by averting the good old kit ketchup bottle. Customers quickly squeeze out even the little bit of ketchup. Okay, so they found an easier way to dispense the ketchup out of the bottle. So if you're the user, what do you find easier? Do you find it easier to like dump it out? Well, that may not be a very efficient. There's waste. You find it more practical to spoon it out or to use a knife or a fork to get it out? Well, it is definitely easier. Say if you use like the spoon and spoon it out, that may be okay. Or maybe you can just squeeze it out. You don't need any of that. All you need is just the bottle. How convenient is that, right? You don't need a spoon. You don't need a fork. There you go. And the thing is, also you prevent wastage, waste of the of how waste of it because you're not dumping out too much. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, developed a fridge door fit shape that not only slots fit into shelves more easily, but also as a cup that's simpler for children to open. You want to think about who are the users. Make it simpler for the users who use it. Okay? In the 4 months following the introduction of the new package, sales jumped 12%. Even more, the new package does the double duty of promotional tool. Okay, okay. So it does its regular functions, which is the features, but then it's the promotional tool also. So that's like one is from the customer's point of view, which is the first one. The second one is for the company's point of view in terms of value added. Okay, says a package analyst. When consumers see the Heinz logo on the fridge, or every time they open it, it's taking marketing inside homes. Right? So I can see that from a certain point of view as well. I'm going to highlight here this as well. In recent years, product safety has also become a major packaging concern. We all have to learn about hard to open childproof packaging. After the rash of product tampering scares in the 1980s, the most drug producers and food makers now put their products in tamper-resistant packages. And making packaging decisions, company has learned to growing sorry has heed sorry very heed growing environmental concerns. Okay. Now it depends on the type of product. In medicine, you want it to be tamper-proof because you don't want the wrong people dumping out too much because it can be fatal. Too much of medicine. When it comes to medicine or chemicals, it needs to be tamper-proof. Okay, that is more of a safety concern because medicine is the kind of thing that people will always need. But the thing is it more about liability for people to be a little bit annoyed, or for someone to be in the hospital and the company being sued? You know what I'm saying? You have to weigh the difference between this one and this one. You understand what I'm saying? So now we look at the labeling. This is the communication of what the product is. Labeling, and so keep that in mind. Okay, that this is. I know a lot of this sounds very simple, obvious, but let's talk about the details. Labels range from simple tags attached to the products to complex graphics that are part of the packaging. They perform several functions, and this is where the details come in place that I want to tell you about. At the very least, a label identifies the product or brand. Okay, that's the first thing. You want to identify the product or brand, such as the name Sunkist stamped on oranges, or like a sticker. A label might also describe several things about the product. For example, who made it and where was it made, and when was it made and its contents. The reason why that matters is because for shipping outside of country matters. Also, for political considerations, such as if a country is embargoed, you can't get stuff from them, and you can't ship stuff to them. And also for the reputation of the place who makes them. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. All right. Remember, we need to know how it's used, and how to use it safely. Finally, a label might help to promote the brand. Remember, support is its positioning and connect with the customers. And where are you in the market? First of all, what segment are you in? Okay. The segment will indicate your the type of customers you're going to have. Once you know that, you can say, okay, how do I best, how what do I more want to more specifically serve the customers? That's through the niche. All right. Labels and brand logos can support the brand's positioning and add personality to the brand. Right? Why is that important? I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's differentiation. You want to be different than your customer. It doesn't matter if it's a product or service. It's the same principle again. How am I different? For example, many companies are now redesigning their brand and company logos to make them more approachable, such as upbeat and engaging. The boxy monochromatic look is out. Also, a monochromatic look, which means like one color, and small fonts and lots of colors and natural imagery is in. Well, that is much more appealing, isn't it? Okay. When you want to design, ask yourself if you're the customer, what kind of design would you like to have on your box? What's more appealing to you? That would be the first thing. Second thing is, how do customers, what are their perceptions of customers? Which one do they prefer? Right, so first, start with what if you were in their position, what you say. Then compare it to what the data says. But people who use it, or people you've heard of them use it, what are they saying? Word of mouth, reputation, all that matters. For instance, Kraft recently replaced its blocky red and white and blue hexagon logo with a lowercase multi-font. Here it is. Lowercase multi-font, multicolor includes a colorful starburst in the company blue logo, which is "Make today delicious." That's brilliant. That's a brilliant one, honestly. That's really, really smart. You know why? Because that logo, that slogan, not the logo is the picture. The slogan reiterates what people want out of this type of product. First, it explains what people want. Second of all, it associates with its brand and the values of the company as it relates to the brand. Do you understand? So there's a lot of things that goes behind the scenes when you look at it. You have to really think about. See, a lot of times people will see things and not think about it, what they're seeing. Okay. For example, I'm gonna say because I used to live in China a few years. Uh, in packaging in China, guess what color they like to have? Red and yellow. Why? It's considered good luck for them. So if you want to attract Chinese people to buy your brand, what color are you going to use? Red and or yellow. You understand? Okay, that's a very surface level basic idea. Then the second thing is you have imagery of a famous person. Okay, and the third thing is you have a slogan of something that's popular culture or something of like a wise saying, depending on who you're marketing to. But in general, the slogan has to communicate the values of the product and the wants of the customer. It's not just to sound fancy, but that's what it is. Similarly, Walmart swapped its blocky single color logo for one of the two colors in the sun icon. And Pepsi recently updated its packaging, sports a new, more uplifting, smiling logo. It feels like the same Pepsi we know and love. Why? Why are they saying it that way? They want you to connect with it. What is it? The emotion. You're connecting with an emotion. It feels like the same Pepsi, right? The same Pepsi is like a recognition, brand recognition, smiling logo. Okay? Why? It gets their attention and it makes them feel good. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make people feel good, right? And then it says brand expert quote, but it's more adventurous and more youthful with more personality to it. We just said more youthful. That's a value set. Second of all, it also communicates to a certain demographic. You communicate certain messages according to the demographic that you're selling to. If your demographic is younger, you have to communicate younger style messages. If you're older, you have to communicate value sets that are older, that associate with older people. Here we go. It prevents a quote spirit of opportunism in youth, says a Pepsi marketer. Along with the positive, labeling also raises concerns. There may be a long history of legal concerns about packaging and labels. The Federal Trade Commission Act of 1914 held that false, misleading, or deceptive label, often misleading customers. Deceptive labels or packaging constitute unfair competition. Labels can mislead customers and can fail to describe important ingredients or fail to include needed safety warnings. So the labeling, you have to consider the legal implications. There are legal requirements. Whatever you label is what you actually have to have in the packaging. See what I'm saying? All right. Along with the positives, labeling also raises concerns. There may be a long history of legal concerns about packaging and labels. Sorry, we just mentioned that, sir. Keep that in mind. As a result, several federal and state laws regulate labeling. Right? So we have legal concerns to consider when labeling. The most prominent is the Fair Packaging and Labeling Act of 1966, which set mandatory labeling requirements encouraging voluntary industry packaging standards and allowed federal agencies to set packaging regulations in specific industries. All right? Depends on the industry. What does that mean? That means it depends on what you're selling, or the type of thing that you're selling. Do you understand? If you're selling medicine, it's extremely important to have everything labeled. There can't be any mistakes in the label. That could kill. That could be the difference of someone dying or someone living. You understand what I'm saying? Big difference there. Okay. For things that can, so if it's a matter of potency or if it's a matter of quantity that affects someone's health, it has to be labeled. I'm just giving you one example. If you think about what you've seen in public and what you've experienced, you can already generate a list. But just get the idea. Labeling has been affected in recent times by unit print, sorry, unit pricing, setting the price per unit on standard measure, or open dating, which is the stating the expected shelf life of the product. Okay, this is a buy date. Okay, that's one thing. The thing is, people, this is also, I don't know if this is something that will aid in the decision of for the product is the unit pricing. So this will let you know by volume how much it costs per volume. And I think they call it net weight, which is actually the net weight. I believe is the actual product inside of the packaging. I believe if I have that terminology correct as a net weight, because they use it's something called in terms of net weight. Okay. Now, in terms of the shipping of the product, it's the total cost with the packaging. Now, nutritional labeling also stating the nutritional value in the product. Also, another requirement. And of course, all that information all has to be correct. Nutritional Labeling and Education Act of 1990 requires sellers to provide detailed nutritional information on food products and recent sweeping actions by the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA. Regulate the use of health-related items. See that? Excuse me. Regulate the health-related terms of the low fat, light and fiber. Sellers must assure that the labels contain all the required information. See that? So the labeling has to be right, and then all the pertinent information relates to the usages of the product, in terms of the ingredients of the product, the quantity, etc. And those relevant things have to be correct, obviously correct. Then you have product support services. Now this is sort of like it could be before. Let's say you're considering buying something. That's basically customer service. Okay? That could be before, and it can be after. Okay, now customer service is another element of product strategy. This, by the way, customer service does make the difference of people's buying decisions because it does influence their user experience, which is what I was talking about. Now, a company's offer usually includes some support services, which can be a minor or a major part of the total offering. Let's think about that for a moment. let's talk about a practical situation. Suppose you're considering buying something. Say you have a need to buy something and or want to buy something. And you call up the company saying, "Well, I'm looking for whatever, something," and you mention like some specifications and like the purpose for the buying. It's imperative that the person answering the phone knows how to talk to them politely, professionally, see, and then addressing their needs to immediately convert it to understand their needs, match them up their product or service with their needs, and then immediately after that close the sale. The mistake they make, and this is something I learned from a famous marketer, sales education guy by the name of Grant Cardone. Um, yeah, is that I saw one of his like a preview, like a small like snippet of one of his conferences. And what happened was, and I'm giving this story not just to fill the time, not just to sound whatever, but this is like a practical thing, okay, and advice I'm going to mention. Okay? This is what I learned from him. Sometimes you can learn certain things just by the experience, the lack of good experiences, and learn from other people who are not successful, as well as learning from people who are successful. So the people there learned what they did was he tested out the people and say, well, first, okay, everybody's here because they want to increase sales. Yes, okay. He says, let me call your company. These are company owners. And see how the person answering the phone answers the phone. Let's see if they can, if they're going to try to sell me and can get me to buy something and convert to the sale. What happened? He called up. He called up. This lady answered the phone. I don't know, British sounding woman, whatever. And besides the fact that she's from a third party's point of view, she sounded slightly rude and abrupt. She passed, as the saying goes, she passed the buck, which means she made it someone else's problem or responsibility. I wouldn't even say problem, but responsibility to talk to them about the sales. She said, "Oh, let me connect you to someone else," or "Here, let me give you the number for the sales guy." And his point was this: his point was, any person who has contact with customers has a responsibility to sell. We need to always be selling to customers. You understand? So every person on the phone needs to be demonstrating value of the product or explaining the value of the product in terms of how it meets the needs or the wants of the customer who's contacting them. Then after that, through the customer service and making things smooth, we'll transition to buy. Okay, let's say they bought and they're calling up again. First of all, I'm very dear sir, ma'am. Thank you for calling. I appreciate we appreciate that you're already a current customer. Uh, how can I best serve you with the product that we sold you? Or how can we enhance the experience and make the product we have even better for you? Oh, everything's fine. I just was looking for some information. What he did was he used this people who even just ask for information to say, okay, here we go. It's not just information. That's the features. Okay, I understand you're looking for this. That means you have an interest, and then we have you have a need for maybe more. This is how it's going to benefit you, and this is how this is what we can do for you to get this out to you. Notice you didn't sell it. I'm going to sell it to you. You're going to buy it. You're going to present it in a smoother way. Here, they start off the phone with marketing, customer service. That's the product support services is basically like, okay, make it smooth for the customer, pleasant for the customer, and then guess what? Now after that, we're going to use our marketing to show even more value. See, the idea is that the more that they buy, the more value they get. There's a term, it's called value for value. That's what it is. Okay, I understand. How can we serve you better to help you better with your needs? understand that this will help you with this. And it's a very conversational style. Not a robotic, not a it's someone else's problem. Joe Schmo, call him for this. No. You deal with it, you talk to the customer, you show the value, and then you transition smoothly for them to buy more. You understand? Now, later in this chapter, we will discuss services as product themselves. Here we discuss services that augment actual products. Yes, customer service augments the products. Support service is an important part of the customer's overall brand experience. For example, upscale department store retailer Nordstrom knows the good marketing and doesn't stop with the marketing sale. Keeping customers happy after the sale is key to building lasting relationships. Why? Remember, our goal in marketing is to build profitable relationships. How are we going to build profitable relationships if we don't even have a relationship with the customer? Huh. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that we've connected with the customer, not just on a marketing or sales level, on a level where they feel like they have a connection between us two that will lead to future business. So even if they don't want now, they'll want later, right? For example, now let's say I already had my dinner, right? I have for example, let's say I have a connection with Domino's Pizza. I don't know, whatever. For example, right? I don't want it right now because I already ate, right? But because the experience eating it was great, the service of getting it was great. Well, I'm gonna have it later. See, that's why they give a business card. There's multiple ways of connecting, but the first thing you want to do on the customer service is you want to empathize. You need to understand. I understand, empathize, right? I understand that. I can understand that's what your need is. I can understand that's what you're looking for. Okay, you know what? We're here to serve customers, not okay, that's what you want, so just buy it. No, we're here to serve you, to better serve your needs, so that way you can have your needs better fulfilled. Um, so you can see that the benefit is for them. Everything is for them. See, as it says here, Nordstrom's motto: take care of customers no matter what it takes, before, during, and after the sale. If you're the customer, how do you want to be treated? It's very simple. Very simple. I want you guys as homework to go walk into a store sometime and see how you're approached. Do they welcome you when you come in the store? That's a connection. Do they ask you how you can find something? That's a connection. That's marketing. That's sales. See? And in the process, if you can't find it, how do they treat you? And then then during the transaction, how do they treat you? When they leave, how do they treat you? Do you understand? That's what we're talking about. The other thing is it's cheaper to keep a customer than it is to get a new one. Just like recruiting employees is the same thing. Now, and also on top of that, most of your business is repeat business. That's why customer service matters. Nordstrom thrives on the stories of after-sale heroics such as employee dropping off orders at customers' homes, warming up carts while the customers spend a little bit more time shopping. This is a value-added service. I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. That's Nordstrom's. I'll give you an example of how to show that you have superior value. You want to know how to show superior value. You want to be the boss player and be I'm the best and I'm going to prove it and it's not just hyperbole. You know what you do? Guess what? He just bought a computer. He doesn't want to have to carry that. Guess who's carrying it? You're carrying it. Why? Because you want to show that he's important. If you think of important people, are they carrying everything, their luggage, when they go to hotels? No. When they buy stuff, are things in bags easier? Yes. Are they carrying? Are these VIPs? Do they have to do all this stuff? Of course not. They're VIP. Each customer is a VIP. You know what I did one time? I'm not bragging. I'm just gonna tell you because I want you to use this because by my influence, someone else is gonna benefit. You see that? I'm paying it forward. You know what it is? First of all, I remember because I used to work for a credit card bank, and. That's where I got that saying. Think of yourself as a customer. You know what I did? I got a credit card. I used to work for a credit card bank, and they had that's where I got that saying. Think of yourself as a customer. You know what I did? I got a credit card. I used to work for a credit card bank, and they had that's where I got that saying. Think of yourself as a customer. You know what I did? This was what was it, 2008? I used to work for a company that sold computers. Okay, had a guy come in. He didn't have a car or anything, and I didn't have any urgent tasks I need to do. I sold him on that computer. Right? 'Cause he's already coming in. It's not that difficult. We just have to match up the needs and the wants in a polite, professional way that satisfies or exceeds his expectations. You know what? He says, I don't have a. He asked, is there some sort of shipping way I can get this sent out to my house? I was right on it. I said, you know what? Don't worry. Do you have a car? Okay, if you have a car, I'll put it in your car. No problem. I don't have a car. No problem. I said to my manager, I said, how about I carry that to his place as long as it's not too far. I'll carry it and deliver it to his house myself. You know what? The manager said, that's a great idea. I'm glad you thought of that. And the customer was overjoyed because that person was doing something that most people won't do. Not only that, but it made it much easier. So look, I didn't live too far from the store. It was a little bit of a hill. I said, I don't care. You know, I'm a young guy. The computer was wrapped up in the box. So I carried the package. I walked with him. Just talked to him like he was just a regular guy. You know, like, how's the weather? What do you think of Los Angeles? You know, blah, blah. And how's things going? I mean, you just make small talk, just, polite small talk, nothing too personal. And when he got there, I just helped him. Not only I didn't just like drop it off. Okay, there you go. See you, bye. He opened his apartment door. I said, Where would you like me to put it down? I said, do you need me to help you open it? Open it up? Do you need me to help you assemble it? Okay. You make sure from point A to point Z, it's as smooth as possible. Now, sometimes this stuff is not available because you're busy with other sales. At the very least, I'll make it so smooth that there's no reason why he would change his mind. So smooth, like, here you go. You know what? Let me put that in your car for you. Right? Let me do this for you. And so after I was done, I actually helped him, like, take it out of the box and connect everything. I said, is everything working? Is it turning on? Little quality control, right? After that, he's like, oh, can I get you a coffee? I'm like, nah, I'm all set. I got to go back to work. So I walked all the way back to the store from his apartment, like, I got out. Like, he said, thanks a lot for that. I said, no problem. Just wanted to make it easier for you. See, you want to talk on the level that they understand, and you want to make things. Of course, you want to be sincere about what you're saying and be natural. But you want to. I was telling him. He said most people won't do that for me. I said, well, I had some extra time, and I told him I remember that I didn't want to make it difficult for you to do that, to carry it, because it would be difficult, right? Everything I was communicating was all from his point of view. Besides the small talk about how's the weather and what do you think of Los Angeles and stuff, whatever, whatever, doesn't matter. But you see the point. This is where I excelled in customer service because I put him before I put me. That's what it is. You gotta understand one thing about marketing. I'm gonna tell you something very profoundly philosophical. The greatest in the world is not the ones who was served, but the people who serve. So if you want to differentiate yourself in customer service, you're gonna say, you know what? How can I make his experience better than others? That's being a servant. The greatest in this world will be your servant, the one who serves. Understand? Now, I want you to think about that and apply it to what we're talking about in marketing. This is a very powerful value-added thing. I'm sure he'll never forget that. He'll forget who I am, but he won't forget the experience. And he probably will buy from that store again. Unlikely. Because if I was them, I'd be like, gee, I really appreciate you carrying this out for me. Because most people are going to think the same thing. Who wouldn't want some guy carrying their box that has like their I think he had a monitor or something. It had like a keyboard, mouse, and like his desktop computer, right? It was all put in that one box. Like each of the peripherals had their own little box packaging, and that one was in that box. Who wouldn't want that? So if it's available, you need to go the extra mile. You need to differentiate yourself. Customer service is a way to differentiate yourself. It's very powerful. People will remember it. Understand? I want you to think of that. Don't forget that. Now, the first step. Now, let's talk about how we're going to design it. This is the implementation. This is like end of this. This is the end of it. This is one way because I've done customer service. I know about this. I know exactly what to do. Now, the first step in designing support services is to survey customers periodically to assess the value of current services to obtain ideas for new ones. What do they want? What value are they seeking that you can provide? If you can provide it, it's legal and it's ethical. Provide it. You understand? Once the company has assessed the quality of the various support services to customers, it can take steps to fix problems. Here's the purpose now. It can take steps to fix problems and add new services that will delight customers and yield profits to the company. There's a saying in business, whenever there's a problem, there's a business opportunity. Why? Because there's a problem, there's someone that it's asking for someone to solve it. Well, normally you don't solve problems unless you're getting money for it. It's a fair expectation, and that's what it is. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what it is. Okay. Now, many companies now are using sophisticated mix of phone, email, fax, internet, and interactive voice and data technologies to provide support services that were not possible before. However, HB offers a complete set of sales and sales services. Okay, this is what you want. A complete set of sales and sales services. Why? What we do when we study these subjects is we want to find models of and examples of things that worked. Now, it might be slightly modified depending on the technology and the time period, but you study things that work, not what don't work. Just like if I ask someone, how do I like cook an egg? Something silly, right? Or like how do I like change tires? Just something random, right? I'm not gonna ask how do I not do it? How do I do it where it doesn't work? I'm saying what is the way that works? Understand? Now, HP has something called HP Total Care, an expert help for every stage of your computer's life. Do you understand? That's what it is. This is after the sales service. For choosing it, to configuring it, to protecting it, to tuning it up, all the way to recycling it. From beginning of the product life cycle to the end of the product life cycle, meaning from the beginning of its use to the end of its use. Customers can click on the HP Total Care Service portal that offers online services for HP products and 24/7 tech support, which can be accessed via email, instant online chat, and telephone. You need to find a way in which that you need to find open lines of communication and find a convenient way that they can communicate with you. Now let's define another term. Okay, this is called a product line. Okay, a product line is a group of products that are closely related because they function in a similar manner and sold to the same customer groups and marketed through the same types of outlets or fall within the same given price ranges. So it's one of those, right? It's the functionality, it's the place, it's the methodology in terms of how it's sold, which is part of place, and then it's the price. Right? Now, also considering these are a group of products. Okay, here's an example. You ever seen on TV they advertise a car, they say, oh, this product line, it's this line or whatever. Yeah, this is for different demographics of people. This is for different demographics have different needs. You see what I'm saying? Now, major product line decision involves product time length. This is the number of items in the product line. Now, some of this stuff you may already know, but all these things are important. It's just like every part of the car. Now, you have major parts that if you don't have it, it'll immediately not work. Then there's minor things that if you don't have it, it will eventually not work. Understand? So it means everything's important. You need to consider everything, not just, well, I just think it's only sales. I just think it's only marketing. I think it's just only customer service. All of it's important. And we need to understand how we're going to offer and marketing our products according to classifications. The line is too short if the manager can increase profits by adding items. The line here is too long if the manager can increase profits by dropping items. Managers need to analyze the product periodically to assess how the item's sales and profits and understand how each attribute contributes to the overall line's overall performance. How's that? First of all, we want to look at the sales. How many are you selling compared to your inventory? Okay. Now, depending on the type of product, you'll have a faster what's called turnover, which is the difference between the buying and the sales. Which is you buy inventory and then you sell out the inventory. That's called turnover. Difference between starting and finishing. There's different applications of the word turnover depending on the context. Now, product line length is influenced by the company's objectives and resources. Okay, don't forget that. What are you trying to do, and what do you have? For example, one objective might be the upselling. Now, just in case you're not familiar with that sales term, upselling refers to selling more of something, as in higher price and or higher quantity in the same sale. Just like, for example, if you go to McDonald's and they ask you, would you like to make that a large? That's upselling. Give the customer an opportunity to buy more from you. But most customers are not gonna like cancel the order just because you ask them if they want more or something. Okay? Food industry, beverage industry, restaurant industry, all that stuff is good. All right. For example, one objective might be to allow for upselling. Yep. Here's the thing. Oh, so thus BMW wants to move customers up from the 1 series models to the 3, 5, 6, and 7. We want to sell you a more expensive model. That's upselling. You have to be careful how you do this because you don't want to offer something where they've already stated what they want. If they don't know what they want or they're looking for a deal, that's when you offer it. You have to use a little common sense on how you're going to upsell. Now, if you're going to McDonald's and they ask you, it's a standard question. You know it's a standard question, then fine, whatever. But for example, if you already stated I only need this and they upsell you, well, that might be slightly annoying. Another objective might be to allow cross-selling. Cross-selling is sorry, something stuck in my throat here. It's basically like what it literally is that if they're already a customer with you, and then you sell them something else. Right? You're not upselling, but you're selling an additional product or service. And it's from somebody who you already do business with. That's called cross-selling. Okay, I've done it before, so I know quite well about that. All right. So you might also want to do cross-selling, which is selling another product or service to an existing customer of yours. Now, the company can expand the product line in 2 ways. Okay, here's the 2 ways. Number one is by line filling or line stretching. Oops. I'm gonna do that. Sorry. Product line filling involves adding more items within the same present range of the line. So it's basically like, okay, I'll use the McDonald's analogy. It's kind of like one of the easier analogies to use. It's basically like, okay, you mentioned you only want the sandwich. How about you add a drink with the sandwich? Or how about I know you for example, suppose you only mentioned like sandwich and the drink, but it's cheap. It's a better deal. You can say, well, we have it. It's a better deal if you buy it with the fries too. Make it a meal. Would you like to make it a meal? Okay, that's upselling. But let's say before the order is finished, you can cross sell, and you can offer them more. Sometimes those overlap. That's mainly after they've already done business once. You've already placed an order. We have a promotion. If you would you like to upgrade it, and the overall package will be cheaper if you upgrade it. Right? We can change that order for you if you like. That's a cross sell. That's also an upsell. You know what I'm saying? There are several reasons for product line filling. Number one is reaching for extra profits. Number two, right? You want to sell something that's more profitable. Number two, satisfying dealers. Depending on who you sell to. Let's say you're a wholesaler. Let's say you're the originator, like the manufacturer. You can sell them more based upon their need or based upon what would better fit their needs. And using excess capacity, being the leading full line company, plugging holes to make the competition, to keep all the competitors. Sir or ma'am, I understand that you are looking for this and you're considering your options. How about we do it cheaper than your competition? Or how about I give you a better deal than what you are considering right now? That's what it is. Line filling is overdone if the results in cannibalization and customer confusion. You don't want to do that. What you want to do is find the best value for the customer and offer it either as an upsell or if they've already done business with you to give them another great experience with it as well. Now you have something called product line stretching. This occurs when a company lengthens its product line beyond its current range. Okay? So before, okay, um, the dealer is buying from the supplier. The dealer needs more of this line or other lines that the other customers have inquired about and that want to buy. Okay. Now, product line stretching occurs when the company lengthens its product line beyond its current range. Okay. The company can stretch line downward, upward, in both ways. Companies located in the upper end of the market can stretch their line downward. So you can limit your supply, limit your availability for promotional purposes. That's downward. Upward is you increase the quantity of the product line. Company may stretch downward to plug the market hole that otherwise could attract new competitors, respond to a competitor's attack, or on the upper end. For example, let's suppose you limit the supply. However you do it, whether it's, but that's what it is. All right. Or it may add low-end products because it finds faster growth taking place in the low-end segments. There we go. Question is, what do they need more of? Lower end or higher? You may limit the supply of something to affect the price. You may increase the price of a higher priced item. You might increase the inventory of a higher priced item, or you might decrease the increase. You might decrease the quantity of a lower price item, depending on what you're trying to do. Honda stretched downward for all of its these reasons, adding to thrifty little Honda Fit to its line. The Fit economically drive and priced at $14,000 to $15,000, but increasing consumer brands were frugal cars and preempted competitors for new generation and many car segment. Why would they do that? If they've already maxed out and they've hit a ceiling of what can be sold on the upper end, what you need to do is say, okay, we need to continue selling what is in demand. Okay, the lower end's in demand. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to sell more of the lower ends too, because that's what's in demand. The other thing is the lower end people end up upgrading to the higher end, which is uh, that's your upsell. At the same time, that's your cross sell. Okay. Companies can also attach their product lines upward. Sometimes companies attach upward to add prestige to their current products. Okay, so that's one purpose. Okay. Meaning you offer more of the higher end, better products because you want to associate your company with higher end cars. And your brand, you want to increase the value of your brand. Or they may attach to by a faster growth rate or higher margins at the higher end. So it depends on what's the trend is and depends on what their opportunity is. For example, some years ago, each of the leading Japanese automakers introduced an upward market automobile. Honda launched Acura, Toyota launched Lexus, and Nissan launched Infiniti. They all they use entirely new names rather than their own names. Why? You've got you got two brands we can advertise: the lower end and the higher end, or the higher end that you have now, or the lower end for what people want now. You can get both ends in both market shares and satisfy different segments at the same time. Okay. Remember, I mentioned I didn't say niches because niches, for example, among all the luxury cars are the EV or the gas powered or the hydrogen powered. Those are different niches. But what they're focusing on is different segments. Now, within a segment, you can have product lines. Product lines is its own niche, higher or lower within that general segment. They use entirely new names rather than their own names, as I mentioned before, and companies in the middle range of the market may decide to stretch their lines in both directions. So, for example, let's suppose you're selling a mid-range car. You want to also sell higher, higher range is in higher, more expensive, or do you want to also expand your market into another segment and also offer lower price cars as well? Now, or you can do in both directions, as I mentioned before. One example is Marriott, which is a hotel company. Marriott did this last with its hotel product line, along with the regular Marriott hotels that added now branded hotel lines to serve both the upper and lower ends of the market. Why? We want to serve more customers. Each we want more of the market because for each one that's on the lower end, they could go up to the higher end. And it depends on what they've already invested in. Have they invested in lower end properties? Well, they need to fill customers in the lower end. If they haven't, what you can do, or you can actually upgrade them you can have them go to the higher end once they're in the lower end. You understand what I'm saying? The idea is you want to get them in first. Yes, get your market share so you can get your revenue, but what you wanted to be doing is you want to be upselling them to the more expensive. Okay? I mean, later on, if they have a good positive experience, etc. Along with regular Marriott hotels, added 8 new branded hotel lines to serve both the upper and lower ends of the market. For example, Renaissance and Resorts aims to attract and please top executives. Okay, so that's their demographic. So the idea is you don't want to limit yourself to one demographic when you can serve all the demographics. Fairfield Inn by Marriott, vacationers and business travelers on a tight travel budget, and Courtyard by Marriott, salespeople and other road warriors. The major risk with the strategy is that some travelers will trade down after finding that the lower priced hotels and Marriott chain gives them pretty much everything they want. So what you're gonna have is you're gonna present options. Which one would you like? And then what you do is you go compare the benefits and features that mostly benefits to each one, and say, okay, how can we match it up with what your needs are at the time. Let's define another term here that they use in marketing. It's called a product mix or our product portfolio. These are the set of product lines and items that are particularly seller offers for sale. An organization with several product lines has a product mix, which is a combination of products, otherwise known as a product portfolio. A company's product mix has 4 important decisions. That is the width, length, depth, and consistency. Now, this sounds a little bit weird, but that's what it is. Product mix width refers to the number of different product lines that the company carries. So it's not an intuitive term, but that's what it is. For example, the Colgate World Care includes a fairly contained product mix consisting of personal and home care products that you can, quote, trust to care for yourself, your home, and the ones that you love. By contrast, GE manufactures as many as 250,000 items across a broad range of categories from light bulbs to jet engines and diesel motors. You understand? So, let's talk about the product mix length. That is, I meant to highlight just that part, but whatever. That refers to the total number of items a company carries with its product lines. Total number of items within its product. Colgate typically carries as many brands within each line. For example, a personal care line includes soft soap, liquid soaps, body washes, Irish Spring soaps, Speed Stick deodorant, and skin bracer and aftershaves. So they have one product per product line. So a product line is a variation of the of one product. So basically, it's like the high end, low end, and mid range analogy. You have different ones that fill different needs. So it's not really high end or low end; it just fills different needs. So for each major product idea, you have a product assigned to each one. At least one product for each one. Product mix steps refers to the number of versions offered to each product in the line. Okay, this is version. Just if you know, it's a good example. It's software. We have version 1, we have version 2, we have version 3. We have the older one, we have the newer one, we have the latest one. Okay, like that. So Colgate toothpaste come in 16 varieties, ranging from Colgate Total, Colgate Max Fresh, Colgate Sensitive, Colgate Cavity Protection, Colgate Tartar Protection to Ultra Bright, Colgate Sparkling White, Colgate Luminous, and Colgate Kids toothpaste. Each variety comes in its own special form and formulations. Alright. Now, for example, you can buy Colgate Total in regular mint strips, gel, or whitening liquid. So product line is a different kind of product. It's a different kind of product. Right? So if we're talking about all the body washes, Colgate body wash, what are the different products for the Colgate body wash? Or whatever for the kids ones. Which ones do we have? Maybe you have a nighttime, morning time, whatever. I don't know, whatever it is. Now, finally, consistency of the product mix refers to how closely it's related to the various products lines that are in end use. Okay, oops. Let's look at that for a second. How closely related the products lines are in end use. Product requirements, distribution channels, and or some other way, Colgate product lines are consistent insofar as they are consumer products that go through the same distribution channels. The lines are less consistent insofar as they perform different functions for buyers. Oh, I see. Okay. Are they performing the same function? If yes, it's consistent. If no, it's not. These product mix dimensions provide handles for defining the company's product strategy. The company can increase the business in four ways. Okay. Company can increase business in four ways. Number one, can add new product lines, widening the product mix. So you add new product lines or widening the product mix. In this way, it's line build on the company's reputation and other lines. Basically, it's to get more market share. Basically, to be quite frank, the company can lengthen existing product lines to become new, become a more full line company. Okay? So basically, you're going to serve more segments in the market by having that. Now, it can add more versions of the product and thus deepen its product mix. Right, so you can have what version of the toothpaste do you want? Do you want minty fresh? You want this one or you want this one? Okay, that's the product mix. So the product mix, product version is that. Product mix is how many different products you have in. Sorry, how many different products? Yeah, how many different products you have in the product line? Right, high, low, medium. Okay, how many of those do you have in that product line? The company can pursue more product line consistency or less, depending on, of course, depends on what's needed, depending on whether it has strong reputation in a single field or in several fields. So it's leveraging. Basically, if you have a strong reputation, you can expand out and leverage your reputation of your brand, right? And have a greater product mix. So instead of only serving, let's say you only have adult toothpaste, now you can have like children's toothpaste now. And because Colgate is a very strong brand, people will trust it because of the reputation. In the face of recent economic difficulties, many companies have streamlined their products mixes to pair out marginally performing lines and models and sharpen their value propositions. Others have bolstered their product mix by adding more affordable options. Because of the economy, consumers talking about reassessing their favorite brands. Okay, so we have economic conditions that can affect this. It can affect the loyalty of a brand and the consistency of buyers' consistency. If they think they can get a better value with a unit with the same price, says a marketing consultant, as consumers they rethink the brand preferences and priorities. Marketers must do the same. They need to align their product mixes with changing customer needs and profitability to create better value for customers. So that's the adaptation and that's the purpose. Let's talk about services marketing now. So they're basically marketing services themselves. Let's see how far we are okay, let's go forward here. Services marketing. Services have been dramatically has grown dramatically in recent years. Services now close to 80% of the U.S. Gross domestic product or GDP. As the service industry is going, I remember this book was published in 2012, so time about 2014. And by 2014, of course, the book says, as it was published in 2012 as their prediction, that by 2014 it's estimated that nearly 4 out of 5 jobs in the United States will be in service industries. Services are growing even faster in the world economy, making up 64% of the gross world market. Well, there's many reasons for that, but that's what it is. And that's the information you have to use as a marketer, which I won't go into the reasons, because it's a long explanation on that one. Now, service industries vary greatly. Governments offer services through courts, employment services, hospitals, military service, police and fire departments, the postal service, schools, um, private low-profit organizations offer services through museums, charities, churches, colleges, foundations, and hospitals. Some examples there. Large number of business organizations offer services. Why? Or I'm sorry, to whom? Airlines, banks, hotels, insurance companies, consulting firms, medical and legal practices, entertainment, telecommunications companies, real estate firms, retailers, and others. Okay, so that's what it is. Now let's talk about the nature of characteristics of a service. Let's first define what that is, which is service intangibility. Services cannot be seen, tasted, felt, heard, or smelled before they are bought. Now, I guess they could be felt in the sense that that's the emotion that the service evokes, but unfortunately, that's not what they're referring to. Okay? Therefore, the service provider's task is to make the service tangible in one or more of the ways at right signals or quantity. Now, first thing you have to consider is evidence management, which is a service organization presents customers with organized, honest advice of its capabilities. Now, this is an ethical thing to do and also a time-saving thing to do. Let's talk about the 4 characteristics that we're talking about in terms of services. First thing we're talking about is intangibility. Second thing is the variability. Third thing is inseparability. And fourth thing is perishability. In terms of intangibilities, things to consider is that services cannot be seen, tasted, felt, heard, or smelled before purchase. This is an reiteration of what I said earlier, but just so you can graphically see it. In terms of variability, is the quality of services depends on who provides them and when, where, and how. That can change, meaning it's a variability, or it's variable. Inseparability means services cannot be separated by their providers. It's inseparable, or inseparability. Perishability, services can not be stored for later sale or use. It's a very limited time storage or usage of the service. There's various reasons why they have that, and one of the reasons is for promotion. Other reasons is for either legal or social constraints in terms of what can be offered for services. And it can also be determined based upon the time of the year and the economic conditions. Okay. Now, inside staff train and act in a way that clearly signals Mayo Clinic's patient-first focus. And that's the idea. My doctor calls me at home to check in on how I am doing, marvels one patient. She wants to work with what is best for the schedule. The clinic's physical facilities also send the right signals. They have been carefully designed to offer a place of refuge, convey caring, respect, and signal competence. Looking for external confirmation? Go online and hear directly from those who've been to the clinic and work there. The Mayo Clinic now uses social networking, everything from blogs to Facebook and YouTube, to enhance the patient experience. For example, on the Sharing Mayo Clinic, there's a website here. Patients and their families retell their Mayo experiences. And Mayo employees offer behind-the-scenes views. The result of exceptionally positive word-of-mouth and abiding customer loyalty have allowed the Mayo Clinic to build what is arguably the most powerful brand in healthcare, with very little advertising. Why? Word of mouth. You take the minimum, if everything is set up where the value presents itself, is shown itself, then how much advertising you need to do. And people do typically share their experiences, so that is basically word of mouth advertising, and that's basically what it is. Now, the qualities of the meaning the patient experience is key. It says Dr. Thorif Sunk, heart surgeon and chair of Mayo's marketing committee. Physical goods are produced and stored later, sold, and still later consumed. In contrast, services are sold and then produced and consumed at the same time. Okay? That's the difference there. Contrast the two. In services marketing, the service provider is the product service. Service inseparability remains that services cannot be separated from their providers, whether the providers are people or machines. If a service employee provides the service, then the employee becomes part of the service. Because the customer is also present at the service produced, the provider-customer interaction is a special feature of services marketing. Both the provider and the customer affect the service outcome. Now let's define some terms here. First one is service variability. That's the quality of services that vary greatly depending on who provides them and when, where, and how. Okay, that's the first one. Second one is service perishability. That services cannot be stored for later sale or use. Okay. Keep those in mind. Now, when we talk about marketing strategies for service firms, just like manufacturing businesses, good service firm uses marketing to position themselves strongly in the chosen market. For example, JetBlue promises happy jetting. Target says expect more, pay less. At Hampton, we love having you here. And St. Jude Children's Hospital, um, it is finding cures, saving children. These and other services firms establish your positions through the traditional marketing activities. Okay? That's how they find it. They establish their positions through traditional marketing mix activities. However, home services differ from targeting or tangible products they often require additional marketing approaches. Okay? Now, let's talk about some terms we need to think of. Now, first, let's talk about the service profit chain. A lesser known idea, so let's talk about that. This is the chain that links service from profit. It's the chain that links service from profit with employee and customer satisfaction. Okay, so it's linking service and profits. With who? The employees and the customer satisfaction. So there's a direct correlation between employee and satisfaction in terms of its service and profits. Okay? Or you could say opposite. There is a direct correlation between service and profits as relates to employee and customer satisfaction. Okay? Now, we have some things to consider as it relates to that. Number one, we have to consider the internal service quality. Now, as it relates to that is the superior employee selection of training, a quality work environment, and strong support for dealing with customers. Okay. Then we have satisfied product, service, and employees. Okay, that is more satisfied and loyal, hardworking employers. And greater service value. Pretty straightforward. That is effective and efficient customer value creation, service delivery. Then we have satisfied and loyal customers, which is kind of at the end of this, in terms of step one, step two, step three, all the way at the end. Satisfied customers remain loyal. Okay? They have repeat purchase, and they refer other customers. Okay, that's typically what happens. Now we have healthy service profits and growth. That is a superior service performance. So we do this in this order. We don't do the last one first, or the middle one first, or the middle one last. But from the first one to first and the last one last in that order. Now, therefore, reaching service profits and growth goals begins with taking care of those who take care of customers. Four Seasons Hotels Resort, a chain legendary for its outstanding customer service, is also legendary for motivated and satisfied employees. All right. Now, similarly, customer service all-star Zappos.com, the online shoe, clothing, accessories retailer, knows happy customers begin with happy, dedicated, and energetic employees. Okay. Now, these are internal things that will increase the value of your marketing. Right? So, in the business, you also have to, because we're dealing with human beings and not robots, we need to increase and maintain the highest level of morale within the company. Basically, if I were to paraphrase it, that's what it would be. So most of Zappos.com's business is driven by word of mouth and customer interactions with company employees, which is in many companies as well. So keeping customers happy really does require keeping employees happy. Why? Because when employees are happy, they're going to make customers happy. That's like kind of by proxy. And it does make sense because a disgruntled employee doesn't want to do good work. Therefore, if he doesn't do good work, he probably won't make the customer. Okay, it starts by recruiting the right people and training through customer service basics. This is basically, you can see it's a mark of a good company when they have good training. So, again, this is an internal thing, not an external. When the Zappos family culture takes over, a culture with emphasizes satisfying, fulfilling job, and the career you can be proud of. Work hard, play hard all the time. It's a great place to work. Online retailer. Sorry. Before I go into that, we have a case example about the Four Seasons. This is like a 4 or 5 star hotel. They have a explanation about how they were able to make their company better, perform better internally, and how that translated into superior customer service by using value-added services to make the difference between them and the competition. I encourage you to read that. I've already read it, but go ahead and read that so you get that understanding. Now, also camaraderie, morale, being high also helps with customers doing a better job and caring about their job and therefore performing better and making customers happy. Let's define some terms that we have here. Now, remember we have the 4 Ps, right? Service marketing requires more than just traditional external marketing, such as the 4 Ps. We need more than just the 4 Ps. I'm just saying, if you just make sure that you remember that, more than 4 Ps. Okay? We need internal and interactive marketing in addition to the 4 Ps. So 4 Ps is kind of like the skeleton viewpoint, and then you have the other parts that fill in the blanks. So we have internal marketing, which is the orienting and motivating customer contact employees and supporting service people to work as a team to provide customer selection. So that's what that is. Second thing is we have interactive marketing, which is training service employees in the fine art of interacting with customers to satisfy their needs. Okay. That one doesn't matter for now. Okay. So we need good training to make sure that we are better able to serve customers. In today's marketplace, this is as of 2012, but it's the same principle still now. Companies must know how to deliver interactions that are not only high touch high tech. For example, customers can log onto its own their own website. For example, in this case, it was with Charles Schwab, which is an investment house, and access account information, investment research, and real-time quotes after hours trading. And the Schwab Learning Center, which is these are value-added things, and these are things that keep people interested and satisfied with with your investment. Also, it helps to educate your investor as well. The more educated he can be, the better decisions he can make, which means possibly more investment opportunities that he has. Not only because he'll be more interested in it, but also because he'll be more successful in his trades, which will allow him to probably invest even more with the company. Now we have three types of service marketings to consider. Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I was trying to just highlight this one right here. Okay, here we go. First one is we have internal marketing, which we just talked about. Okay. Then we have the company. We have the external, which is the opposite. So the internal marketing is the company. The external marketing is the customers. And the interactive marketing is the interaction between the employees and the customers. It's basically just a graphical representation of what we just talked about. Now, as it relates to managing service differentiation, in these days of intense price competition, service marketers can often complain about the difficulty of differentiating their services from those of their competitors. To the extent of customers view the service of different providers as similar, they care less about the provider than the price. So what's more important, the price? The solution to price competition is to develop a differentiated offer. So why? We're increasing the value of the product or service to justify the price and to earn their business. So this is differentiated offer, delivery, delivery and image. So the offer has to be different. You have to offer something different, either in price or product. Delivery has to be different in terms of its place, convenience in terms of its logistics, image in terms of its promotion, public relations, and also differentiation in the customer service area. Because the offer must include innovative features from one company's offer apart from another competitor's offer. That's basically reiterating what I just said, but in other words. Some hotels offer no-wait kiosk registrations, car rental, banking, and business counter services in their lobbies, and free high-speed internet connections in their rooms. That's basically become standard in terms of internet in the room. Now this is 2012 you got to consider, so things are different now than 2012. For example, PetSmart isn't your average pet shop. Most locations offer training, grooming, salons, veterinarian service, and even a pet's hotel with a doggy day camp, making it a one-stop shop for your pet needs. That's very clever, because you see all this extra business they can get. Right? So they can get a veterinarian. They just hire for each department. Maybe maybe you need multiple veterinarians, but yeah. So the idea is we can actually expand into a different market. So one is just like pet care, and the other market is like pet health, which is related and can cross over. Not exactly the same market, but yes. Now, service companies can differentiate your services delivery by having more able and reliable customer contact people, developing a superior physical environment in which the service product is delivered, or designing a superior delivery process. So nowadays, it's the last one, designing a superior delivery process. As there's a shortage of people to do this, either because of Well, for various reasons. Many due to the lack of demand for the job. What they're going to do is have automation using cars. Now, remember, this was 2012. If it was 2023, they would talk about other solutions that are possible, that are time saving, reliable, economical, and safe. Yeah, keep that in mind. But yes, definitely going forward, it's superior delivery process because the process, the system is the process within the system is what is important. Okay, so each system delivery processes can be different within the overall system. For example, many grocery chains now offer online shopping, and home delivery. Now, about remember in what was it 2009, 2009, they didn't offer this. Now, it wasn't until 2010. Basically, from what I saw, 2010 was an explosion of app development. So they're developing apps for services. So it's called SaaS, capital S, lowercase a, capital S. Service as a service. Well, that's kind of redundant. That's what they call it, SaaS. So you have a product as a service, meaning the product creates the service, makes the service, or the service makes the service. Okay. The purpose is a better way to shop than having to drive, park, or wait in line at a Tote Groceries home. Most banks allow you to access your account information from almost anywhere, from ATM to your cell phone. Basically, you can access it online. Finally, service companies can also work at in differentiating their images through symbols and branding. Okay. Now, Aflac adopted the duck as a symbol for advertising, even as stuffed animals, golf club covers, and free ringtones and screensavers. The well-known Aflac duck helped make the big but previously unknown insurance company memorable and approachable. Other well-known service symbols include Merrill Lynch's bulb, MGM's lion, McDonald's golden arches, and Allstate's good hands, and the Traveler's red umbrella. So these are all logos that they're using that are famous, that are associated with the brand. I know the Travelers thing is not new because that's been around since at least 2002 or so, or even before. Now, managing service quality. A service firm can differentiate itself by delivering consistently higher quality than its competitors provide. Sorry. So that gives you that advantage. Okay? Like manufacturers before them, most service industries have now joined the customer-driven quality movement. And like product marketers, service providers need to identify what customers expect in regard to service quality. Unfortunately, service quality is harder to find and judge than product quality because service quality is more of a subjective term, subjective measurement versus product quality can be measured in terms of its features and measured in terms of its manufacturing outcomes in terms of QC. For instance, it's harder to agree on the quality of a haircut than the quality of a hairdryer. Why? Because what people need from it and what people think is good is not consistent. Whereas hairdryer has a very stable and consistent standard of quality that customers can expect. Now, customer retention is perhaps the best measure of quality. It's a service firm's ability to hang onto its customer depends on how consistently it delivers value to them. That's what customer retention is. Top service companies at service quality standards set high quality standards. They watch performances closely, both their own and that of the competitors. They do not settle for merely good service, but they strive for 100% defect-free service. A 98% performance standard may sound good, but using the standard U.S. Postal Service would lose or misdirect about 560,000 pieces of mail each hour, which is quite a bit. And U.S. pharmacies would misfill about 1.4 million prescriptions each week. That's kind of like also with medicine too. If the medical procedure's off, if the prescription is off, or let's say, oops, we're like a few feet away, like when you land a plane, or anything that's mission critical has to be 100%. Unlike product manufacturers who can adjust their machinery uh, inputs inputs until everything is perfect, service quality will always vary depending on the interaction between employees and customers. As hard as they may try, even the best companies will have an occasional late delivery, burn steak, grumpy employee. However, good service recovery can turn angry customers into loyal ones. So that's what we're aiming for. Good service recovery. And so we have an example here of Southwest Airlines. They created a high-level group headed by Fred Taylor, senior manager of the proactive customer service communications that carefully coordinates responses to major flight disruptions, turning wrong customers into even more loyal ones. How does that happen? By making it right for the customer. Again, it's not as difficult as you think to figure it out. What you do, you consider yourself as the customer. If you're the customer, how do you want to be treated? What would make it right for you? What you need to do is have the you need to first of all there's something called padding. This is in sales, where you empathize with the customer about the situation and understand this and communicate that you understand what the situation is. Then what you do is after you've done that, after you've done what's called padding, after that what you do is you communicate that you'd like to resolve the problem as quickly as possible, and then what you do is you say, how can we make this right? First, we have padding and understanding first, and we ask the direct question about how can we make this right. Now, there's going to be limitations to what can be done, but basically, you need that communication with the customer to mutually find a solution that's possible. Okay? Now, sometimes there's also value-added services where, for example, the pilot walked the aisles, answering questions and offering constant updates. Flight attendants who earnings says really seem like they kept up with the news on connecting flights. Okay, yeah, and within a couple of days arriving home. Earning received a letter of apology from Southwest Airlines that included 2 free round trip ticket vouchers. Now, it's better to cost you something to give up something than completely lose their business because long term, as I said, the long term value is much more than just what you give up in the short run. So it's called the lifetime customer value? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Lifetime customer value is based upon the amount, the unit price times the frequency times the years. Okay? So what they're thinking is it's a lifetime customer value. And long term, just to put it simply, long term, there's a lot more to be gained by keeping the customer than to by way of giving up something than totally losing the customer. And it costs, by the way, costs in marketing and sales to get customers. Okay, in addition to other times lost also. Okay, so that's basically like the financial slash business reason why, but it does make financial sense to do it that way, not just from an image sense, but also from a financial sense. Now let's talk about managing service productivity. Now with the cost rapidly with their costs rising rapidly, service from some firms under great pressure to increase service productivity. They can do it in several ways. They can use They can train current employees to better hire new ones with work harder or more skillfully, or they can increase the quantity of their service by giving up some quality. Now it depends on the situation. How much? So what it is if you look at it from common sense point of view, and even from this experience point of view, is you consider how much quality is required to do that, and also are you able to meet all of your needs by only focusing on one thing or one idea? Probably not. What you need to do is you need to do things satisfactorily or even at the best you can do, hopefully exceeding expectations. But also at the same time, you have to balance it with also providing all services up to the standard. So they can increase the quantity of their service by giving up some quality. So it depends on if it's needed or not. For example, here's an example, right? You can do it in a way to present in a way that's beneficial for customers. So, for example, instead of them having personalized services for check-in, they'll have kiosks. But in a way that for some customers that's better because it's easier. It saves time both for the customer and the company as well. So the provider can quote industrialize the service by adding equipment and standardizing production, as a McDonald's assembly line approach to last food retailing. Now, what's going to happen here in the future? Now this was 2012, as I mentioned before. Is we're going to have more automated processes, more kiosks, more machines like that to serve the customer, such as places like supermarkets, airports, etc. Right? What that does is it reduces costs to the company, reduces time spent with the company, which is time and reduces the time and money. So basically, you don't have to hire an extra. It's cheaper to buy kiosks and hire for their employees' wages, pay for employees' wages. And also, it will be faster and more time efficient because you're going through a kiosk. Now, let's talk about branding strategy. Some analysts see brands as major enduring assets of a company, outlasting the company's specific products and facilities. John Stewart, former CEO of Quaker Oats, once said, quote, "If this business will be split up, I would give you the land and brick and mortar, and I would keep the brands and trademarks, and I would fare better than you." Former CEO of McDonald's declared, quote, "If every asset we own, every building, every piece of equipment were destroyed in a terrible natural disaster, we would be able to borrow all the money to replace it very quickly because of the value of the brand. The brand is more valuable than that of the totality of the assets." This is the point. Why? Because the speed of acquisition for both of them is different. So the speed of acquisition of equipment is fairly quick, like maybe a week or less. Brand, it takes years. Okay? Big difference between years and a week. Okay? Also, the value of the equipment is less than the value of the brand because the brand's value is based upon the total net worth of the company, okay, or the total net worth of that unit, however they define it in accounting terms. But either way, it's much more than just the assets. Okay? And the other thing about the assets is assets do decline in value every year, as per the what is it they call the general uh, uh, GAAP, General Accounting practices, something accounting. What is it? General accounting actions, accounting process, or something like that. It's like basically a standard. It's a formal standard the U.S. government uses for accounting practices, such as, for example, I won't go into the full detail here because it's marketing, not accounting. Basically, in terms of its methodology, using key accounts, using expense accounts, different things for bookkeeping, and then accounting in terms of its overall procedure. So that's another thing as well. So yes, yeah, that's how that's in terms. So in other words, for each brand, depending on what accounting formula you're using, either no matter how you look at it, it's going to be much more valuable than just the assets. And also, the assets itself, of course, uh, depreciate at a certain level depending on how you're. So, for example, you have something called a double declining uh, value of an asset. So it's how much you can deduct of the declining asset of an asset, declining value of an asset. So, for example, suppose you bought a computer for $1,000. Each year, for example, it declines at a certain percentage. The first year, you can actually take a double deduction, or at least you used to be able to. I don't know about now. So, for example, suppose the first year normally you can deduct 10% of the value, saying okay, the equipment declined in value 10%. Okay, so there would be a deduction in the what's it called? In the tax liability. So what happens is that the other point to make about this is that that equipment actually decreases in value over time. That's the larger point. But yes, it's based upon that from an accounting standpoint and from a tax standpoint that your equipment does decline in value versus a brand over time will increase in value. So it does go in opposite trends. The valuable thing about equipment, the reason why equipment are valuable is because they can transform a function to an asset, a financial asset. So basically, like I'm going to use this equipment to make money with, basically, to put it very simply. Okay? So anyway, yes, one decreases over time and one increases over time if managed correctly. Now, the brands are powerful assets that must be carefully developed and managed, as I just said. Okay? Now, let's give you a definition in terms when it comes to brand equity. Brand equity is the differential effect that knowing the brand name has on the customer response to the product of the marketing. It's basically like how does the customer view the value of the brand? Now, speaking more about brand equity, sorry, about brands, that is. Brands can vary in the amount of power and value they hold in the marketplace. Okay? Not all brands are made the same or have the same value. For such brands such as Coca-Cola, Nike, Disney, GE, McDonald's, and Harley-Davidson, and others, become larger-than-life icons that maintain the power in the market for years. Okay? Even generations. See how what I've said? Brands increase over time. Equipment loses value over time. And the other reason why equipment loses value over time is because equipment only has a shelf life. For example, how long is your computer good for? How long is the keyboard, the mouse, I don't know. Uh, well, some of the other things are super super hardy and won't get ruined or break so easily. Okay? Now remember something about brands. Brands are more than just names and symbols. They are a key element in the company's relationship with consumers. That's an important point to remember. Remember that brands represent consumers' perceptions and feelings about a product and performance. Everything from a product or service means to the consumer. Okay? This is, as I said before, a brand is a visual representation uh, and communication to the customer about the company's value. Okay? Now, an ad agency, Young and Rubicon's Brand Asset Valuator, measures brand strength along with consumer perceptions dimensions. Differentiation. Remember we talked about differentiation? Remember that this is what makes the brand stand out, make it different in terms of the brand. Also, the relevance, how consumers feel about how it meets its needs. Knowledge, of course, how much consumers know about the brand. Esteem, how highly consumers regard the respective brand. And brands with strong brand equity are high on all four dimensions that are considerations. So remember that's differentiation, relevance, knowledge, and esteem. Those are the four of them. Okay. Now the brand must be distinct, or consumers will have no reason to choose it over other brands. But the fact that the brand is highly differentiated doesn't necessarily mean that the consumers will buy it. It just means it's different. Now that's the first step, but that isn't all of the picture. That's kind of like saying, well, if I'm good at grammar, then I'm good at the language. Not necessarily true. Or if I'm good at memorizing words, I'm good at the language. No, that's only one aspect of it. You need to have all aspects, just like need to have all parts of a puzzle to make the puzzle. Right? Well, the brand must stand out in ways that are relevant to consumers' needs, but even in a differential, relevant brand is far more of a shoe in means like it's automatic gonna work. It's automatic, yes. Before consumers will respond to the brand, they must first know about it and understand it, right? This is brand awareness, and then brand cognition. And that familiarity must lead to a strong positive consumer brand connection. This takes time because we need to build the brand up. We need time to get publicity, we need advertising, and we need exposure on the right platforms, right, or or right networks. That's why companies will pay more for advertising, especially primetime advertising, which is between the hours of like 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Just because there's more people watching TV at the time. Nowadays, people look at things online, which is much more, has a much farther reach and a greater market. So, in other words, instead of seeing just that country seeing that message, you can have the whole world see that message. At least people from all around the world who are connected to the internet and have access to that website. One example of how people have gotten their brand messages out faster is YouTube, because YouTube it's free to advertise. Like I can make a video and say, "Hey, look at this! I got this, whatever, blah blah blah." And if it's presented right, and it's interesting in terms of its tagline or its headline, right? You brought interest in through this is something as it's a slightly different area. It's called internet marketing, but it's related back to our principle and our idea. Is that nowadays you do through things through internet. So in the beginning, people were making web pages and stuff. Okay, uh, then after that, they said, okay, we're gonna find something that has mass marketing. It goes viral, which is basically like millions of people will be able to see it. It becomes kind of popular or well known. So what they did is they finally say, oh, we have websites where we can advertise for free, which was step one. Step two, and then we put it on a video platform. Okay, so that was the first stage, and that was effective to a certain extent. And then they found something more effective, which was being on a video platform like YouTube. Now, now YouTube, of course, has competition with Rumble because YouTube has some censorship, as far as I know. And YouTube, don't get mad about that because I'm also. And for Rumble, it's just how it is. Just a matter of fact, I am posting this on YouTube. Rumble has less reach than YouTube, but they have little to no censorship, as far as I know. Now, what they're aiming for is what's called positive brand equity, which derives from consumer feelings about the connections with a brand. Okay? Remember the connection we were talking about connections with a brand. Consumers sometimes bond very closely with specific brands. As perhaps the ultimate expression of brand devotion, a surprising number of people, and not just Harley Davidson fans, have their favorite brands tattooed on their bodies. That's a little extreme. Oh, yeah, no thanks. A brand with high brand equity is a very valuable asset. Brand valuation is the process of estimating the um, total financial value of a brand. Now, measuring such value is difficult. However, according to one estimate, the brand value of Google is a whopping $100 billion, and that was as of 2012, so it's probably hundreds of millions by now. And Microsoft, $76 billion, and Coca-Cola at $67 billion. And of course, I know those numbers as far as Google and Microsoft, those numbers have been quite a bit higher because it's 11 years later, of course. Other brands rating among the world's most valuable include IBM, McDonald's, Apple, China Mobile, China Mobile, GE, Walmart, and Nokia. China Mobile. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. High brand equity provides a company with many competitive advantages. Okay. Now remember that high brand enjoys a high level of consumer brand awareness and loyalty. So we're aiming for. Because consumers expect more stores to carry the particular brand, the company has more leveraging and bargaining with resellers. Because a brand name carries high credibility, the company can more easily launch line and brand extensions. A powerful brand offers the company more defense against fierce price competition. Above all, however, a powerful brand forms the basis of building strong and profitable customer relationships. Remember something, that is, also from a financial standpoint, it's profitable customer relationships. But also from a long-term point of view, it's strong and profitable customer relationships. Okay, as in, when they have profitable customer relationships, means that that customer is their business is very profitable to the company, but also strong because it has a the relationship is strong in terms of loyalty and in terms of of course also in terms of repeat business. Now, the financial asset underlying brand equity is customer equity, which I was just talking about, because you have basically the marketing slash customer service end of it, which is the strong, and then we have the profitable, which is the financial. By having the strong and profitable customer relationships, we have something called customer equity, and that's how much is each customer worth to the company. So that's literally the value of customer relationships to the brand that it creates. From a marketing standpoint, that's what it is. Also, there is a lifetime customer value that can be considered over a longer period of time. Powerful brand is important, but what it really represents is a profitable set of loyal customers. That is the purpose of a powerful brand. It is to is is profitable set of loyal customers. Because who are your repeat customers? Where are you making most of your money from? Repeat business, not new business, but repeat business. The proper focus of marketing is building customer equity, with brand management serving as a major marketing tool. Okay? Keep that also in mind too. This is basically like the end game. The end goal is this. Okay? Companies need to think of themselves not as a portfolios of products, but as portfolios of customers. Well, because where is your value coming from? Well, products have value, yes, but it's the customer who has to give value to the company more before the value is given to the company. You understand? Now, in order to build strong brands, we need to consider that branding poses challenging decisions to marketers. Now, we need to understand the following. We have to have the following criteria in mind. First is brand strategy decisions, or major brand strategy decisions, which includes brand positioning, brand name selection, brand sponsorship, and brand development. Everything with brands, okay? Now, as it relates to brand positioning, we have major brand strategy decisions. First of all, we in brand positioning we have some things that may come up. So we have four main phases, four main parts. And within the parts, we have things that make up the part. Just like we have the major parts of a car, but within the wheel, we have things that makes up the wheel, right? Okay, that's up the tire or whatever it is. That's what I'm talking about. So for brand positioning, we have attributes, beliefs, and values. Then we have brand name selection, which is the selection and the protection. Protection is basically our loyalty. Selection is the individual buying decisions. Then from brand sponsorship, we have manufacturer's brand, private brand, licensing, and co-branding. Notice that the keyword is sponsorship. So someone's contributing value to the brand in terms of investment. And then finally, we have brand development. So we start off with the positioning in the market. Then we need to, after we have positioning in the market in terms of what we'll be doing, we need to have our brand name selection. Okay, we need to select a brand name. Then we need to add value to the brand. And then we have, after there's value to the brand, we need to do development, which is line extensions, brand extensions, multi-brands, and new brands. Line extensions refers to, just as a reminder, that's the product line, referring to the products. Now, let's see what we have here. Let's talk about, I'm going to skip past this because there's a couple examples. Just understand that brand positioning, for example, Amtrak goes beyond attribute and brand benefits, engaging customers on deeper levels. Remember they were talking about that? In the quote, warm and lively dining room, you can meet new friends over a delicious meal and savor every moment. Enjoy the journey. So there's a social benefit to it. That's the user experience. Now let's talk about the brand names selection. Now, a good name can add greatly to the product's success. However, finding the best brand name is a difficult task. It begins with a careful review of the product and its benefits, the target market, and the proposed marketing strategies. After that, naming a brand becomes part of this, part science and part art, and a measure of instinct. Some desirable qualities for the brand include it should suggest something that the product's benefits and qualities. Two, it should be easy to pronounce, such as Thai Jelly, iPod, JetBlue. The brand should be distinctive. That's part of your differentiation in terms of the brand. Then it should be extendable. Um, sorry. I'm going to take the example of Amazon.com began as an online bookseller who chose a name that would allow expansion into other categories. Okay, and that's one example of how it was done. Number five, the name should be translated easy into foreign languages. That is, if you're going for the global market. Choosing a new brand name is hard work, but after a decade of choosing quirky names, Yahoo or Google or trademark proof made up the names Novartis, Aventis, and Accenture. Today's style is to build brands around names that have real meanings. Okay? Now, for me, the way I see it is the brand has to be reflective of the value that it offers and the top-down philosophy that it has. But with trademark applications soaring, available new names can be hard to find. So that's the only thing. Once chosen, the brand name must be protected. Many firms try to build a name that will eventually become identified with the product category. And this is more if you have a public company that has a brand name that's public. I'm not referring to like personal services that's person to person, consumer to consumer type thing. I'm talking about business to business or business to consumer. Now, in terms of the brand sponsorship, we need to understand that a manufacturer has four sponsorship options. Products must be launched with a national brand or manufacturer's brand. Because not only is it easy to remember, but it's also something where the name can be built up. Some examples are Sony Kellogg with their output under their name brands, such as Sony Bravia HD TV or Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. Or the manufacturer may sell to resellers who give a product a private brand. So, for example, such as you sell a product that has it has your company's name on it. That's a private. So, with the private brand, what way it works is either the wholesaler requests that the manufacturer put their brand name on the product, okay? And then they sell it with the name on the product. Okay. So, so resellers give the product a private brand, also called the in-store brand or distributor brand. Yeah, so it's just a brand to name the product. It's not a name. It's not a brand that to name the company. Okay. So that's a slight gray area, but that's what it is. Although some manufacturers create their own brand names, others market licensed brands. So a licensed brand, basically, it's like if you want to be a franchisee. So let's say you have a product that you sell that has another company's name on it, and you pay a fee called a franchise fee, and you pay a fee to use that name. The licensed brand is from an established brand that's already trademarked or copyrighted. You understand what I'm saying? As in uh, the logo is trademarked, and the name is copyrighted. You understand? That's what it is. Now let's define some terms here. Is we have a store brand, which is our private brand. A brand created and owned by a reseller of a product or service. Um, this applies to national brands versus store brands. National brands are manufacturers' brands. So whoever manufactures the brand is the national brand, which have historically have long dominated the retail scene. In recent times, however, increasing numbers of retailers and wholesalers have created their own store brands, or otherwise known as private brands, like I was saying initially. And I do have some experience with selling private brands, so I already know that. Although store brands have been gaining strength for more than a decade, recent tougher economic times have created a store brand boom. Okay? Studies show that consumers are buying more private brands and most don't plan on returning to name brands anytime soon. So basically, it's cheaper. What they're saying is cheaper to buy a private brand. So private brands is basically like I buy inventory of whatever brand that doesn't have a name on it. then the manufacturer puts my name or whatever name I want to put on it, and then I resell it. And it's perfectly legal to do that. For example, let's suppose I sell computers. It's not hasn't have my name on it. Suppose I sell a Sony computer. It's not illegal. It's their name on it, but I'm just reselling it. That's all it is. Same thing with the major retailers. They're reselling a different person's name. So they're not claiming it as their brand name. They're just selling a product that has another brand on it. That's what I'm saying. Now, it depends on how it's done because if it's done as in you're the owner of a store and all your products have, for example, a logo or let's say McDonald's on it, and you're posing as a McDonald's store, then that's illegal without paying, getting the rights through being a franchisee. Okay? But if you're just like a private seller and you're just like, okay, I've got, I'm just selling whatever, electronics, whatever clothing, and it has a name on it, whatever it is, and I just resell it. Not a problem, right? Same other thing. Many large retailers skillfully market a deep assortment of store brand merchandise. Okay? For example, Kroger's the nation's largest grocery retailer stock some 14,000 store brand items under its private selection banner and value brands. Okay? Store brands are now account for more than 27% of Kroger's dollar sales, and as of course as of 2012. At the other end of the grocery spectrum, upscale Whole Foods market offers an array of store brands and products under its 365 everyday value brand, from organic Canadian maple syrup and frozen chicken, Caesar pizza to Chewy's children's multivitamin, and organic whole wheat pizza. So, what a retailer can do is they'll buy from a supplier, maybe the manufacturer, maybe the distributor, or whoever it is, and they'll just buy inventory and resell it. Right? And sometimes they have their own brand on it, either because they manufactured it or they bought it from a trading company, or which is oftentimes consolidated with the factory, which is the manufacturer. And because they do it that way in the bulk, as in thousands and thousands of them, they get a better rate than if they do it the alternative way. Okay? Which is another story, but that's what it is. So the point is, they're not using their brand name. A lot of the times, they're using another brand person's brand name because they're selling someone else's product. You understand that they bought from that reseller or originator, which is that company who makes that. Or of course, they can have their own brand name and sell it, which is oftentimes cheaper. Now here we have a case example about bad times are good times for store brands. So what's the national brand to do? Well, guess what it has to do? That it has different things it can do now. One of the things it can do is it can increase its promotion to either encourage them to buy cheaper brands or buy more in quantity but at a cheaper rate. But either way, the idea to convince them to do that is to understand that the value of the brand is actually that the value they're getting for the brand is higher, and it's important for them to do that during this time. And sometimes, yes, they'll have promotions where they'll offer cheaper items, or they'll give discounts on things for a certain period of time. I'm just kind of summarizing in some of this stuff. Now, there's something called battle of the brands between national and private brands. Retailers have the advantage; they control what products they stock and they go on the shelf. What prices change in the ones that feature in local circulars? Retailers often price their store brands lower than the comparable national brands, thereby appealing to the budget conscious shopper in all of us. Although store brands can be hard to establish and costly to stock and promote, they also yield higher profit margins to the reseller, and they give uh, resellers exclusive products that can be bought from competitors, resulting in greater store traffic and loyalty. Now, there's different business strategies you can use. One way to adapt with one business strategy is basically to say, okay, well, if you're not buying national brands, we can do similar to what the retailer's doing. And we can have our own store too, and just change how our brands are sold or whatever. So, one of the ways is we can go back to our supply chain and do it for cheaper, either because we're going to buy more quantity, which gives us a better rate, or because, or maybe we're going to reduce our budget for branding and do similar to what they're doing. Or we can change our inventory to offer more of a brand of stock selection to be something of lower cost, and continue with their same like physical day-to-day operations and do it that way, or they can just completely or they can just change your inventory up and just I guess like I said, just offer lower priced items. To compete with store brands, national brands must sharpen their value proposition, like I told you before. Okay. So, what's the value of their brand compared to the other person? And especially in economic times. In the long run, however, leading brand marketers must invest in R&D to bring out new brands, new features, and continuous quality improvements. Now, here's the thing. The other possibility is they could change who their customers are, and they could resell to they could market to people who want to spend more, because there's always, even in a bad economy, there's always rich people, so there's always higher income earning people. So we can market to those people instead. So you can drop certain campaigns and focus on higher priced items, or you can drop higher priced items and focus on lower ones and get more business that way, while focusing on volume versus focusing on higher end products. Okay, so you're focusing on volume of sales versus in terms of volume of in terms of selling higher quality stuff. So it's basically quantity versus quality. Now, one of the things you have to consider is licensing, which is that most manufacturers take your years and spend millions to create their own brand names. Now, however, some companies license names and symbols previously created by other manufacturers, names of well-known celebrities or characters from popular movies and books for a fee. Any of these can provide you instant and proven brand name. So franchising is one way of licensing, or you can license one particular product and sell it. Okay, so it depends on how you do it. Apparel and accessories sellers pay large royalties to adorn their products, from blouses to ties to licenses to luggage, with the names of initials and well-known fashion innovators such as Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, Gucci, or Armani. Sales of children's products attach an almost endless list of character names to clothing, toys, school supplies, linens, dolls, lunch boxes, cereals, and other items. So there's different approaches depending on what your market research tells you what will work, and what the needs of the area and the demographic are. Name and character licenses have grown rapidly in recent years. Annual retail sales licensed products worldwide have grown only $4 billion in 1977 to $55 billion in 1987, and more than $192 billion today. Now that's as of 2012. So either the company is going to stagnate and go out of business based upon certain factors, or it's actually from there, taking consider of inflation, the amount of value would be more. Not considering its buying power versus inflation, but the point is the amount of money they would have at the time would be much more because it's 11 years later. Um, and Nickelodeon has developed a stable full of hugely popular characters as Dora the Explorer, Go, Diego, Go, Harley, and SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob alone has generated more than $8 billion in sales and licensing fees over the past decade. When it comes to licensing its brands for consumer products, Nickelodeon has proved it has the Midas touch states brand licensing is. So my understanding is that you can buy inventory of any product as long as you don't claim that it's your brand. I believe that's what the rule is. So I can buy something and resell it as long as I don't claim it to be my brand. Now, there's something called co-branding, which is the practice of using established brand names on two different companies. Right, so I'm not using their. So branding is basically I'm using their brand on with my company to sell stuff. Which I don't see the point. I don't see if the purpose is just so we can sell inventory. I don't find that necessary because once you put that up, like okay, yeah, I mean you would have to see your name anyway somehow. So I guess with SEO or something, maybe that might help. But I mean, you have effective marketing like on Facebook. I mean, on YouTube, Instagram, even Twitter, right? And you're like, okay, this is a link to my. We offer these products. And if it's a popular product, you're just gonna buy it. It's not gonna matter your company's name. So this is where I kind of think it's not necessary. But there might be some applications where using, like, oh, you know what it is? It's like this. Thought of an easy. There's some situations where it is beneficial. So, for example, if you're a franchisee, right, and it already right. If you're a franchisee and you already that brand already holds a lot of weight, and you want to sell it under that name, like the store's name is McDonald's instead of Joe Schmo's restaurant store, and you use that brand, or let's say other chain stores, other there's like martial arts schools that use that brand, and they're like franchising it out. Like they're trained by whoever it is that owns that, and then they use that brand's name to like get students because it's a famous brand. Well, most people are not educated or care about for that particular industry famous names. Now, if you're a super famous person, maybe it matters. But nowadays, people are more interested in the benefits of it more than just the branding. So but in contrast, co-branding occurs when two established brand names of different companies are used on the same product. Co-branding offers many advantages. Okay, so because each brand dominates a different category, the combined brands offer a broader consumer uh, appeal and greater brand equity. So you know what you can do? You can partner. It's basically when you partner with somebody, they will use their brand and you will use their brand. I believe that's what co-branding is. Establish brand names of two different companies on the same brand. Right, so I use their brand to sell my stuff and they use my brand to sell their stuff. Um, Depending on the financials, it might just be better to acquire the company. But it is cheaper just to do it. Could also be, it might be cheaper, like, so in some ways it's better and cheaper to do it through co-branding. In other ways, it might be better to just do an acquisition where you actually just buy out a company. So there's some people who want. There was one example I saw of how co-branding could work. Is basically like this guy has a sales funnel software he's selling. Okay, then he wants to use his friends. He wants to sell his friends' books and put the brand next to his when he sells it. But his friend didn't want to do that, so he said, "Okay, I'll just buy all your company." So okay, like he got. Usually, what they do when they acquire a company is they give a premium on the valuation of the company. So, in the way valuation works is they have a mathematical formula where it looks at all the factors of what would give including assets and other things that would give value of the company, financial value. And what they do is they say, okay, based upon the total value of the company as in net worth, we're going to give you more than that. So it can come in various forms, whether it's stocks, whether it's what they call cash, which is like liquid assets. It's under the category of liquid assets. It's basically like I'm going to give you just, I'll send you a bank transfer from my company to yours. Right, that's liquid assets. That's what they call cash. When they say cash, they don't mean physical cash. I mean as in liquid assets in terms of actually money from a currency. Sorry, that would be the best term. When they say cash, they refer to currency transaction. As in, okay, I want to buy your company, and your company's valued at, for example, $1 billion, right? So to convince you for me to buy out the company, now technically I could buy controlling interest. I can buy 51% and I have controlling interest, or I can just outright buy it. So what would happen is there's a legal agreement, depending on the industry and other factors, there might be need regulatory approval by the government. Then past that, there's a contract to buy it out with the terms. And then once the terms of the contract are satisfied, the transaction goes through. And what it is that they would agree to pay out X amount of dollars from one bank to the other. That's generally how it's done. There's other complicated schemes like part of it's stock, part of it's this, part of it's that. Sometimes it's over a certain period of time, or there's something called seller. Was it seller financing? Which is kind of a weird thing where somebody wants to buy someone's company, but they do it over a period of time. So they finance the company over a period of time, and I actually heard about this a long time ago, but I thought it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Because it's going to cost you more, I believe, in the long run, and then until you've actually paid off this a certain amount, whatever it is. I don't know if it's 51% of it. Actually, no, it's 100%. Um, you won't actually be the controlling. Depending on the agreement, you won't have a controlling interest in the company anyway. So yeah, but yeah. So co-branding can be good, and then there's other options too. Now, the strength of co-branding is that it takes advantage of complementary strengths of both brands, meaning the strengths of both brands. For example, Tim Hortons coffee chain established co-branded with Tim Hortons Cold Stone Creamery shops. So that's more of a very that's a technicality because technically it's two different companies but under the same. So basically, it's like saying Mike. It would be like saying Joe Schmo Group. Joe Schmo Eatery, Joe Schmo Computer Company. These are two different groups. Okay, so it may be owned by the same controlling interest group or investor, or yeah, group as in company or investor, or investors if it's a investment house or a group of investors, or it could be from a single entity that owns both of them and has and has structured in such a way because this one controlling interest group, which is, for example, Joe Schmo Group, which is a different entity, owns the other two entities, which is Joe Schmo Creamery and Joe Schmo, for example, computer store. And then what happens is to make things where they have co-branding, or maybe both of them just use the word Joe Schmo, but they're different owners. And I take it would be different owners, but I don't know exactly. I guess it depends on the business law of that country, but basically, they both use each other's brand name to sell their products. So basically, they can sell both of their products that way, or they can use their brand to sell their own products, which is sort of an awkward way of doing it. But for example, unless they're related brands, so I'm not exactly sure. It must be a related brand because if you have one that doesn't relate to the other, why would they buy it just because they saw something that's unrelated? I don't know. Anyway, their goal is to allow a company to expand its existing brand into a category that it might not otherwise have difficulty entering alone. So I guess the idea is you can get the attention of their customers by using their brand. So maybe they weren't familiar with their brand because they don't normally buy your brand, but because they already have customers, maybe so they'll buy yours. I guess I'm not entirely clear on if that would work or not, but that's what it is. Co-branding can also have limitations. Such relationships usually involve complex legal contracts and licenses. Co-branding partners must carefully coordinate their advertising, sales promotion, and other marketing efforts. That's one thing to keep in mind. Finally, when co-branding, each partner must trust that the other will take good care of its brands. If something damages the reputation of one brand, it can tarnish the co-brand as well. Brand development. Now that's why I think there's better options. I think there's like um, strategic partnerships where you have two companies that have agreed to work together to produce a product. That's one idea. Yeah. Now I think they do that because their brand is not strong enough or they don't have enough brand recognition. So the next thing to consider is brand development. And a company that has four choices when it comes to developing brands. It has line extension, brand extension, multi brands, and new brands. There's four basic scenarios. Now, when we consider the brand development strategy, we need to consider the following. With brand names, we have to consider whether it's existing or new. With the product category, we have to also uh, consider if it's existing or new. So, if it's an existing brand, we have to consider the license extension. We have to consider, yeah. If it's an existing brand, we have to consider license extension, or sorry, line extension. And if it's new, see, that's for an existing brand. If it's a new extension, as it relates to product category, we need to consider the line extension, as in product line extension. And if it's new, we need to consider the brand extension. Now, if it's a new brand name with an existing product, then we consider multi-brands. If it's a new brand name with a new product category, then we consider new brands. Now remember that line extension is extending the existing brand name to new forms, colors, sizes, ingredients, or flavors of an existing product category. Right? And I'll give you an example of how that could be used first. A company might introduce line extensions as a low cost, low risk way to introduce new products, or it might want to meet consumer desires for variety, use excess capacity, or simply command more shelf space from sellers. However, line extensions involve some risk. An overextended brand name might lose some of its specific meaning, or heavily extended brands can can cause consumer confusion or frustration. So this is something that can be good, but also needs to be looked out for. Now let's talk about brand extensions. So we're talking about we have product line. When they say line, they're referring to product, not the chat service line. Yeah, brand extension is extending an existing brand name or new product categories. Okay. Now, a brand extension gives a new product instant recognition for faster acceptance. It also saves the high advertising costs usually required to build a new brand name. At the same time, a brand extension strategy involves some risks. The extension may confuse the image of the main brand. Brand extensions such as Cheetos, lip balm, Heinz pet food, Lifesavers gum, my early deaths. So, if a brand extension fails, it may harm consumer attitudes toward other products carrying such brand name. Now, it may be appropriate for a particular new product, even if it's well made and satisfying. Would you consider flying on Hooters Air or wearing Evian water padded bra? I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I wouldn't know. Um, Both of them failed. Hooters Air, I could see that would work. But the other one sounds kind of weird. So each year, surveyed by brand consultancy, Tipping Strong rates the year's best and worst brand extensions. The most recent poll gave a strong thumbs up to extensions such as Copper Stone Sunglasses, Mr. Clean Car Washers, Zagat Physician Ratings, and Thin Mint Cookie Blizzard. Um, that is a Girl Scout inspired treat at Dairy Queen, which sold 10 million in only 1 month. Okay, so that's some ways you can, like, that's like one example of what can be done. Um, one of the ways you can make it work is you can basically have a like an NGO, non-governmental organization or charity organization partner with like a food company or a product that encourages sales, and some of it will go to whatever. Or you can have promote a short-term promotion for, let's say, a movie, right? So it'd be like, okay, McDonald's, let's say Indiana Jones movie. Like, you have McDonald's on the cup on the side of this Indiana Jones, something like that. Or more recently, they had something with, I believe it was Applebee's. I don't know if they're still doing this. Applebee's, and then it has in the advertisement they mentioned Indiana Jones. So, for example, you spend X amount of dollars at Applebee's, they give you a ticket to watch Indiana Jones, something like that. Or they can do sponsored messages too. And I also like that idea too because that's a win-win. The person's paying for the sponsorship can get attention in advertising. Meanwhile, because okay, they normally don't go to McDonald's, but they went to McDonald's because it's like, okay, that has this cool thing on it. Like some gaming company, some movies, some whatever. That kind of, if you want to call them multi-brand, or that kind of like sponsorship would work too. Now, with multi-brands, companies often market many different brands in a given product category. Okay? So, for example, in the United States, P&G sells 6 brands of laundry detergent. That's Tide, Sheer, Gain, Era, Dreft, and Ivory. But you see, the difference is that those are the multi-brand usually indicates it's their own brand. That makes a lot more sense. So, for example, um, in 5 brands of shampoo, with Pantene, Head and Shoulders, Aussie, Herbal Essences, and Infusion, and 23, so on and so forth. There's more of them. P&G also has laundry detergent brands as well. So what you can do is and this is what's more commonly done, is you have a company that's famous, but people maybe will remember them by their brands, but there's multiple brands associated with their brand, with the company's brand, because each product is marketed as a brand. Right? Maybe, for example, it's easier to remember Tide than it is P&G. So that's the focus. A major drawback of multi-branding is that each brand can obtain only a small market share, and none of them may be very profitable. That's a risk. The company may be spreading its resources over many brands instead of building a few brands of highly profitable level. These companies should reduce the number of brands they sell in a given category and set up tighter screening procedures for each new brand. What they can do is they can have a limited time or a test run for something for like a year or something and see how well it does. Because if their business model is sound and just demand for that particular brand isn't good, they can always swap it out and do more or less of something. But they can at least use that for a limited time. Or they can do it as a promotion, use them as a promotion during the holidays. And then once you have people in the door, as the saying goes, once you have people associated who are willing to buy it, then they can offer it more on a permanent basis. So that's another alternative. Now with new brands, a company must believe that the power of the existing brand name is waning, so its new brand is needed. So it's either you're new to the market and you have a new brand, or you need to replace that brand with another brand. Or it may create a new brand when it enters a new product category for which the name of the current brand names are appropriate. So, for example, it's an existing company. You don't sell in certain categories, and now they're going to sell it under a new brand. Okay? With multi-branding offering, with multi-branding, offering too many new brands can result in a company spreading its resources too thin, just similar to the other one. And in some industries, such as consumer packaged goods, consumers and retailers have been concerned there's already too many brands with too few differences between them. Thus, P&G, Frito-Lay, Kraft, and other large consumer marketers are now pursuing mega brand strategies. Now, those companies are not competitors. They're not even in the same. P&G and Frito-Lay and Kraft. Well, P&G is definitely not even in the same industry as Frito-Lay and Kraft for sure. Um, Kraft is not necessarily, unless you call it food, depending on how you define it. Frito-Lay and Kraft, it may be in the same industry, but definitely in a different segment. Like one could be snacks, one could be cheese, something like that. Um, those are different segments, so they wouldn't compete anyway. And definitely P&G would not be competing with them because that's a completely different market. So that's not really relevant. It says marketers are now pursuing market brand strategies. Okay? Weeding out the weaker or slower growing brands and focusing their marketing dollars on brands that can achieve number one or number two share positions. Okay? Right? Good growth prospects in their categories. Let's talk about managing brands. Companies must manage their brands carefully. First, the brand's positioning must be continuously communicated to customers. That's the first thing. Major brand marketers often spend huge amounts of money advertising to create brand awareness and build brand preference and loyalty. So advertising to create brand awareness and and build preferences and loyalty. Preference and loyalty. For example, Verizon spends more than $3.7 billion annually to promote its brand. McDonald's spends more than $1.2 billion promoting its brand. Such advertising campaigns can help create name recognition, brand knowledge, and perhaps even some brand preferences. Well, you need to be relevant in the market. That's the thing. Not even so much the market as you need to be relevant in your segment. However, the fact is the brands are not maintained by advertising, but by customers' brand experiences. Okay? Today's customers come to know a brand through its wide range of contacts and touch points. Those include advertising, but also personal experience with the brand, word of mouth, company web pages, and many others. The company must put much care into managing touch points as it does into producing its ads. Managing each customer experience is perhaps the most important ingredient in building meaning its brand, and loyalty states one branding expert. Every memorable interaction must be completed with excellence and to reinforce your brand essence. A very, very precise definition. A former Disney top executive agrees, quote, a brand is a living entity and it is enriched or undermined cumulatively over time, the product of 1,000 small gestures, unquote. The brand's position will not take hold fully unless everybody in the company lives the brand. Therefore, the company needs to train its people to be customer centered. Yes, that's definitely true. Even better, the company should carry on internal brand building to help employees understand and be enthusiastic about brand promise. Many companies go even further by training and encouraging the distributors and dealers to serve their customers well. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about earlier. Finally, companies need to periodically audit their brand's strengths and weaknesses. This is part of the SWOT analysis. We need to check this to see the performance, and we need to check this, um, yeah, and assess our strengths and weaknesses. They should ask, does our brand excel at delivering benefits that consumers truly value? Kind of a brutal question, but that's definitely important. Is the brand properly positioned? Do all of our consumers' touch points support the brand's positioning? Do the brand's managers understand what the brand means to consumers? Does the brand receive paper sustained support? Oh, sorry, proper sustained report? The brand audit may turn up brands that may need more support, brands that need to be dropped, or brands that need to be rebranded or repositioned because of changing customer preferences or new competitors. Okay, so when you have that's the T out of the SWOT is the threats, which is your competition. So first, we want to look at if we have about how good their strengths are based upon those criteria, doing the right things. Um, and then, of course, there's always, in terms of improving, there's always an opportunity. And ironically, against the T and threats, also there's always opportunities. So the threats have opportunities, and also your company also has opportunities as well, regardless of the threats. And in this later in this book, they'll talk about how that can happen. But I will that will be sufficient. for this chapter. Before we finish the chapter, I'd like to review the objectives and key terms in terms of what should be remembered. And I won't give the explanation, but just what should remember for each objective. Now, number one is define product. We should be able to define the product and major classifications of products and services. And it shows the page, so you can, PP refers to pages, it's plural form of page. Objective 2, we should be able to describe the decisions companies make regarding their individual products and services, product lines, and product mixes. So it's individual products and services, product lines, and product mixes. So those are decisions regarding those. Product and major classifications of goods and services. Objective 1. Now let's go to objective 3. We should be able to identify 4 characteristics that affect the marketing of services and the additional marketing considerations that services require. So those are the 4 characteristics. Affect, not effect, that means influence, affect. The marketing of services and the additional marketing considerations of the services. Consideration that service requires, so that's what caused it to happen, affect, not effect. Effect, the difference between affect and effect is affect is the influencing factor, meaning what caused it to happen, and effect is the result of the action, or in this case, the results of the influence. Now, in terms of objective 4, which is our last objective, we should be able to discuss branding strategy, decisions that companies make in building and managing their brands. Okay. Now, make sure that you've reviewed and understand those, be able to explain what they are, okay? Not just through memorization, but being able to explain in your own words that shows that you understand it. Now, last thing I want to talk about is the key terms for each objective. I won't define them, but I'll just list them. And this is something to make sure we know as a checklist. So number 1, for objective 1, we have the product, the service, the consumer product, convenience product, shopping product, specialty product, unsought product, industrial product, and social marketing. Number 2, for objective 2, we have product quality, brand, packaging, product line, product mix in terms of or otherwise known as the product portfolio. For objective 3, we need to remember the following key terms that as in the definitions of the following, which is service intangibility, service inseparability, service variability, service perishability, service profit chain, internal marketing, and interactive marketing. For objective 4, we need to remember the following vocabulary for objective 4, which is brand equity, store brand, which is referring to private brand, co-branding, line extension, referring to product line extension. When we say line, it refers to in relation to the product. So product line extension and brand extension. Now, if you'd like, you can do this part where it says discussing the concepts and applying if you'd like. Focus on technology, definitely, and focus on ethics are optional. Also, marketing, economy, and marketing by the numbers is optional. Video case, you can do that if you'd like. Company case, you can do that. That's optional. With the questions for that. Now, so we did quite a bit. Make sure to review those because if I go back here, we've got those main 4 objectives. That's the main thing. We need to have an understanding of those. That's the main thing. Is the objectives. The objectives for the first 4. For the 4 objectives for all 4 objectives in the or the need to understand all 4 objectives of the chapter. Okay. Feel free if you have any questions and you review this. Feel free to ask me questions in the chat or in the comment. The comment section. And if I have time, I'll respond to it. Now, for next week on Tuesday, we'll talk about new product development and product life cycle strategies. Remember, I talked about the product life Now, product life refers to how long the product can be sold and used. So remember, it's everywhere from it starts from the time of initial sale and or technically it's from the initial production of it all the way to the phasing out of it. In terms of so from the marketing standpoint, there's two ways of looking at it. Basically, one is you market before you have something, or you market when you right after you get something. Okay, there's two ways. Um, so they have both have their strengths. They have their pluses and minuses from both strategies or both approaches from the marketing standpoint. But more generally, it's understood that the product life cycle is from the time that it's launched, right, in stores, retail wise, and to the end to the end of where the individual project is no longer usable, to where the market has moved on and has a different product that it's popular with. Okay? So that product life cycle can change the strategies in which that you can extend the life cycle. And but first we need to identify what it is and how it works first, which we'll talk about next week, next Tuesday, if possible. But remember, it's all in relation to new product development. Because if we already have an older product, there's a couple things that can have already happened. Number one, it's already past its life cycle, meaning it's no longer something that's a hot product or a product that's widely bought, in which case it's no longer profitable to sell it anymore. All right. So that's why it has to be new products. You've got to consider that it's just like a person, right? A person is born, it starts being born, it has a life cycle too. It's born, it grows up, it gets old, and it dies, right? Same thing with a product. It's developed, it's born after it's produced, right? And then it's released to the store. It's a baby, right? It's released in the market, it's maturing, right? It's marketed, gets older, older and older, and then depending on the market, it's no longer meeting the needs as it could be irrelevant because there's something better, or it could be something that's no longer profitable for various reasons, whether it be political, whether it be cultural, or whether it could be a supply chain issue. So there's different reasons. I kind of gave you a little extra in advance, but anyway, there's different reasons. There's also other reasons too, technological, which we'll talk about later. But anyway, those are some reasons. So the reasons are great to know, but we need to know the uh, we need to we need to know the reasons for what happens. I'm sorry, we need to know the condition, what causes certain things to happen. Okay? So there's conditions, but we need to know the reasons behind the conditions. All right, so I know that you found that valuable. As usual, these are longer lectures. I'm doing the whole chapter. Now, if you find that you like the chapter being split up into parts, I can do I can do this more often if you'd like. I'd like to do all each chapter in one day. I think that's better. Yes. So please click like on the video so that way it'll be pushed to the algorithm. More people will be able to view it. If you haven't already, please click the subscribe button. That way you'll have access to all my videos, as I also do have other topics to discuss on this channel. Um, and as I said before, I do have this will be published. This content will be published on YouTube and Rumble. So make a note. Also, yeah. So you'll be able to access it on both channels depending on what you like to use as a preference, or maybe use both. Please click the bell button. That way, you'll be notified of all my future videos. I'd like to thank you for watching the video. I'd like to wish you a good evening. Take care, and I'll talk to you next time.